Alright, we'll try this again. Starting over from scratch. Welcome out, everyone, to another episode of What's Your Question? This one being number 72. Doing this on a Friday night being Venus's night. So welcome out, everybody, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate each and every one of you for joining in. Had a little technical difficulties. Looking forward to get back in Mexico, I tell you. Get back into the studio and broadcasts where I know I have full control, no blips, no glitches. But wearing the sunglasses again to remind you that you're inside of a movie. That's why I'm wearing these. I'm not wearing them to look cool. These are my Ray-Bans that I wear, but I'm wearing them to remind you that you're inside of a damn movie, that you're in one movie, and you have a screenplay that you're playing out. Yours. And it's the only screenplay that matters. Mine doesn't matter. You're the star of the show, and everybody else should be the extra. So let me take these off. I'll get started on this What's Your Question. Hopefully my stream will be nice and smooth from here on out. Let's see how this works out. Says I got an excellent connection here, so should be good to go. Alright, so let's jump right into your questions. I was on a roll. Well, we'll get back into another roll here. Alright, and a big shout out to the moderators. Pamela, is Steven in here too? Oh, we got Pamela in here, so we got the great moderator Pamela in there with the wrench. So be nice, because we don't take any slack in here, man. You can be cool and you can voice your opinion, but if you start to put out some ding-dong comments, they're going to be removed. If you have any toxicity, you're going to be removed. It's that simple. All right, because we're all about loving here. Background echo with my voice. Okay. All right. That should be better. Let me know how that is. Let me know how my voice is. If there's an echo. No echo. If you can hear the little ambient Blade Runner rain falling down. I want to just digress. I want to show all of you this image right here. I had AI draw it up, and I asked AI to create what its version of a utopia would look like in the future. Okay? I asked it, create what you think a utopia will look like in the future. And this is what it generated. And I thought it came out amazing. I mean, kind of, synchronizing technology with nature. And it's beautiful. I mean, I would totally be down to be living in a situation like this. Right? I would totally be down to a situation. So my hopes are that, like, if we remain here as human beings, like if you remain here, if you don't make your way out, however you see it, this is what you should be hoping for. But is it going to look like this? I just don't know. I just don't know. That's the thing. It's very hard. Like, part of me, when I look at astrology and I look at the wheel of astrology, Aquarius is down below. Like, I know typically when we look at an astrology map, when you're reading your map, in the default position, Aries in the rising sign, and then Taurus goes down, which means Aquarius is in the yang. But if you go from Aries to Libra, that's the sun rising, and as it rises, it goes over the rainbow, and when it goes down, it hits Libra. Now you're going into the underworld. Now, obviously, it's in reverse because we're in the age of Pisces, or moving out of that, and that is, you're moving down towards the underworld. So there's a very good possibility, folks, that we're entering into a world where, you're going to have this high advanced technology, yes. But the age of Aquarius is an air sign. Pisces is a water sign. Water is the body. Okay, water represent. That's why the fish are the two feet. That you put your feet on the ground. That's Pisces, the two fish. Well, Aquarius, you move into an air sign. And one way to observe that astrological map is Aquarius is below the horizon in the underworld. So there is this, I mean, I'm going to say 50-50 split here where, you know, we're going down into the underworld. It doesn't mean it's going to be all shit, but there is this possibility. Okay. Phoenix rises. How would I decode my life this year? Would be this year. The simple answer is you can read from charts. You know, like I have my books, I have my cards. You can forecast a little bit of what your reality is going to look like through the cards of illumination. But my take on it, like, and I'm a fan of all this stuff. Forget all that. What do you want to create? I see a lot of people waiting for something to happen so then they can make their move. I think that's ass backwards. I think you should just remove yourself. That's why I'm a huge fan of not paying attention to the mainstream and focusing just on your life, because it's a pure distraction. Like somebody sent me a video on the Texas border situation, which I didn't even know what was going on. That's how like naive I am. This is where I'm a fan of being naive. It's just, there's nothing positive. It's just all chaos, chaos, chaos. Why would you want to like surrender to that or watch it or bring it into your life? I get some of it is okay. I know you got to keep up on the Joneses. But folks, I mean, you spend time watching that, you spend less time creating your journey, you're creating your environment. So my suggestion is to you here, is how would you decode your life this year? What do you want to create? Go sit with yourself in nature. Maybe do a vision board. Maybe write a list out of the things that you want to manifest in your life. Okay? Jonathan, so more mainstream. Have I heard about the people under the tunnel? Yeah. It's all a movie. Is there something symbolic representing the people underground? Of course. See, for me, my take is on life, I would rather just not pay attention to mainstream and be oblivious to it. That way I don't have to worry about being in fear of whether or not I'm prepared for this or that. And then I'm going to go, because it could be 6 months, a year before anything disastrous happens where you got to pick up and change the way you live your life. But if you knew that was coming, if you knew that day was coming, where there's a disastrous day on the world stage and you're going to have to uproot your life, you'd have a year of fear living in fear. You would. So there is this beauty in being naive and oblivious to the information. So yeah, I watch my shows to disconnect and to, disintegrate myself into, a distraction through shows that I like. But the mainstream, I'm just not a fan of it. Because it's just all designed, it's a vampire. It's a vampire. Okay? So eternal being, Logan, is Saturn not the same as the sun? Well, a lot of people say, and I'm regurgitating this, I can't prove it. So again, I'm going to be regurgitating this information that I have read, listened to, heard people talk about, that Saturn, Kronos, was at one time a sun. Can't prove it. You can't, how do you even to support that? Other than taking a regurgitated text or a book or a video and someone saying, oh yeah, that sounds that sounds good. There's no way to support it. There's just an opinion and saying, okay, I'll adopt that as my truth. So is it true? Maybe, but I have no way to document it. I have no way to support it at all. And then the good and the devil and all that stuff. Saturn, Satan. I mean, I've referenced this myself. But Saturn is a Roman name for that celestial. I like going as far back as I can to get to the origin, and the origin is not Saturn, it is Chronos. That's where you're going to get chronographic watches from. That's why Chronos is Father Time, because chronographic watches keep time. That's what the devil is, in my opinion. The devil is time. Because you will die within a timeline. How much time do I got? How much more time do I have? How many more days do I have left as a body that I can move around and I can create? Because one day, every single one of us here are going to die. Which means time is your enemy. Time is the devil. I've been saying this for years and years and years. I stand by that. Time is the devil. Because if you leave bread out, buy a loaf of bread, open it up, put it out on the counter. What happens over time? It starts to get moldy. The bread becomes dead. The time is the devil against the bread. As soon as you have a baby, as soon as you pop a kid out, if you're a female, if you get a little puppy, if you buy a little kitty, if you buy a little birdie as a pet, once you get that animal, once you get that baby, there's a day in the future that it will die. That's because time gets a hold of it. You can't live forever. So the devil to me is time, and this is where you're going to get Chronos and chronographic watches. That's the best I can tell you. That's what I think anyway. Chronovisor, yeah, I mean, there's this, the Vatican, I believe, I don't know if this is true, but they have a thing called the Chronovisor, which is peering into time, which I would imagine is going to be tied to Alice through the looking glass. I don't know, though. I can't support that. I'm just simply speculating. But I'm somebody I'm a syncretist. I'm into synchronizing as many layers, and they all synchronize together. It's beautiful. All the numbers 0 through 9, they are all connected. So even if you move the 9 away and you move it next to the 2, it's still going to be connected to all the other numbers. Same with the letters, same with the symbols. So Jason says, Kronos, father of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Yes, there's merit to that, because if Kronos is time, that means it runs everything, because time rules over everything. I said that twice. So in Greek mythology, it says that Gaia mated with heaven, Uranus, and they bore offspring. Okay, they bore offspring. Now, in that story, you have Gaia and heaven before anything else. So it supersedes the aspect of Kronos. Because the Titans were created in the story of the mythology first, and then the Olympians second. And now are we going to see a new group coming out that are unnamed at this point? Or are we getting a revisit of the Olympians? Are we getting a revisit of the Titans? I don't know. Purely speculative. Linda Bloom is asking about the divine spark in theosophy. I haven't read too much into that, but I would just simply say that's the sun becoming. The Spirit of God. There's so many branches of that story. That's how I would chalk it up. Uncoded Reality says, I keep seeing 92 for Uranus over and over. Well, I have a decode out on the public YouTube of the number 92. It's a Decode short. I would definitely suggest that you go watch it, the 92. Celestial Nurse is asking about Chiron being titled 2060 Chiron asteroid. Any thoughts on why that number was picked? 26 is tied to the word source. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh equals 26. Occult equals 26. Adam and Eve equal 26. That's probably why. And the 26 is going to reduce down to the 8. The mirror of the 26 is 62. And that's going to reduce down to the number 8. So that would be my first guess. And, you know, you have, when you separate the 2 and the 6, forget the zeros, 2 on the, now we bring alchemy into this. The second element is helium, which comes from the word helios, which means the sun. Because that's how they first measured the sun, was through the helium coming out. And then the 6 is going to be tied to carbon. So the 2 and the 6 represent the sun and matter. That's what it represents. That's why the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh represents spirit into matter. It represents the sun becoming into matter. And we have lights, camera, action. That's what the 2 and 6 mean when you, that's why the 6 card in the tarot is the Lover's card. The Lover's card. Because it's Adam and Eve. The sun having its birth into this reality through a human being experience. That's the 26. Eternals beings asking, what's my take on drinking wine and beer and alcohol? I love all that stuff. Drink a ton of it. No, I'm kidding. I think you just need to use the same moderation with everything else. I'm not somebody who's like, oh, it's spirits, and if you drink it, you're gonna get, no. If you excessively use it, then you may run into some trouble. But occasionally, here and there, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But it is a poison, it is a toxin, because it's so acute. So when you, even wine, so when you drink it, it filters through the body, and the body, especially the liver, it's like a poison. So yeah, you get the little buzz, it makes you feel happy and go lucky, but it definitely is not something that's going to make you live longer. It's actually, it'll take life from you. Barrett Foley's asking about the Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts is, I mean, here, I'm going to put it in here because I'm going to have to talk about everybody's card. There's the website to go to. I just posted it. It's allinthecards.com. Click on that. Click on your month of birth. Click on your day of birth. It will give you the representation of what your card means, and you'll be able to read about it. It will give you a very distilled answer as to who you are and why you're here. The Queen of Hearts is the simple version of the Queen of Hearts. It's the Queen of Dreams. That's what the Queen of Hearts is. The Queen of Dreams. So you have the Dreamer card. Which is why, all of these cards that we have, all of these, they all have superhero powers to them. But people don't use them. Why most people don't use their superhero powers? Because they're too stuck watching the mainstream. They're too worried about making a move based upon what their move is. So they diminish their power. They diminish their power. So if you're a Queen of Hearts, your power is the Queen of Dreams. Which, if I was a Queen of Hearts, I would be paying attention to my dreams. I would try to enhance my dreams as any way as I can. I'd be definitely taking melatonin or valerian root or definitely magnesium. 400 or 500 milligrams of magnesium every night, absolutely mandatory. I would try to tap into my dreams. I would teach myself how to lucid dream. I'd read books on it, because the Queen of Hearts by default is designed to be the dreamer. That's a superhero power of the Queen of Hearts. Folks, you think it's an accident that NASA was formed on July 29th and the July 29th card is the Queen of Hearts? No, because see, NASA's trying to get you to believe in their dream. That's it. That's the simple, short version of it. So if you're a Queen of Hearts, man, you should be lucid dream. You should be reading books on lucid dreaming, taking courses on lucid dreaming, tapping into your third eye, closing your eyes, shutting yourself out from the outside world, and utilizing that talent that you have. Because if you don't use it, it's just gonna waste away. Which just may be the turn off and on switch for free will. Okay? Ray and Ross are asking me, what do I think about marijuana? Well, I think you got to be careful with it these days, because if you're buying marijuana in a dispensary, I don't care if it's been put into the oils, or I just think that it's messed with right at this point. I used to be a huge cannabis fan. Huge. I still am. I'll be honest and transparent. Tell every single one of you here watching this, I'd rather be under the influence of cannabis than sober. I would. Because anybody that knows me, anybody that gets close to me, every one of them will tell you that, oh, Logan's definitely better on pot. I'm more fun. I get more extrovert. I don't get all serious like I normally am in life. My general nature is to be serious. That's why I have this line forming in me, because I'm always squinting. I'm always looking, researching. When I do cannabis, I want to get out and play. So it's medicinal for me, but I just don't use it anymore. But I think it's great, but I think that people abuse it. I think using it every day is abusing it. That's just my take on it. You may not agree, that's totally fine. But I think it's medicine. You know, I mean, if you take it a toke, it's going to affect your lungs. The best way to take cannabis, in my opinion, is ingesting it. If you smoke it, you're taking carcinogens, you're getting burning, and you're getting the lungs, and the lungs will fill up with oil, and you'll start to slow down the cilia in the lungs, and you'll have to pay for the ramifications of that. I mean, I can talk to somebody who smokes pot, and I can pick up right away whether or not they're smoking. You can hear it in their lungs. You can hear it the way they talk. These are the trees of life. So when you clog this up, you're disconnecting yourself from source energy. That's my opinion. That's why I'd rather ingest it. Pamela, some of you here, you abuse it. And then you would have to define, like I said, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just simply saying, on my foundation of abuse, if I look at somebody and I see how much they use it, I would consider it abuse. Maybe you don't. See, what I found as human beings is that we all justify what we love to do. Even if it's bad for you, you will justify it just so you can feel better about doing it. But that's what we do as human beings. That makes us so inauthentic, but that's just the reality of being a human being. Princess Layla, Plasma Moon Vibes of Cosmos YouTube channel. I don't know that channel. Tim is asking, when's the Flat Earth Decode coming out? It's already out. It's on my Patreon. Got to become a member. Some of the stuff I'm not putting out on the public. There's a very specific reason I'm not going to get into that. But if you want to watch that, amongst a whole bunch of other ones, you got to be on Patreon, become a member. Pamela Swan, YouTube Moderator of the Year. I'd say century. I don't know how you do it, Pam. She's everywhere. What's my opinion on magic mushrooms and psychedelics? I think they're awesome too. I think they have their place as being a tool. You know? I think they're very interesting. I don't really get into using them that much. I get really cold when I take them because that's what it does. So I don't like getting cold. So like I remember the first time I took them, I was like sitting there. A matter of fact, the first time I did mushrooms where I felt it, I did the chocolate. And I didn't do a lot. I didn't do a lot. But that night, when I was finished, that night, and you can go on my YouTube channel, the very first video that I did that night after I came off the mushrooms was the Satanic Cipher Decoded. How to use the Satanic Cipher. It's called Satanic. I don't know why they named it that. It should have never been named that, in my opinion. But it's the cipher using 36, the number 36. But that was the very first decode I did after I came off mushrooms. Just letting all of you know. Sky High, ever heard of Donald Marshall? I have. Matter of fact, I knew about him a long time ago because I'm a fan of Megadeth, and their album cover supposedly has a picture of Donald Marshall on the cover. The World Needs a Hero. Gnarly God says, I abused acid this summer and now I'm paying dealing with the consequences. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, you know what I observed with cannabis? Being somebody, this is back in the day when I was using it every day. Now my everyday use was, my schedule was now I'm a content creator, so I don't have a boss. I would wake up and I would do my normal regimen, drink my water, have my first meal. I wouldn't take my first dose of cannabis until usually around the afternoon. And I'm a guy who buys the like 24, 25%, and I just do one hit. That's it. This is when I was smoking it. Because I don't like to get crazy blown out. Like I can't see, or my eyes get half shut, or I can't, I like to be in control, so I don't like to be non-functional. So it was one hit. And then in my heyday, it was another hit later on during the day. Two hits a day. That was it. That kept me in the state of euphoria or whatever cannabis does for me throughout the day. And what I found through these days that I was doing this regimen, is that when I wasn't on cannabis, I didn't like life as much. Life became dull. Now you're talking to like me. My code, I am a natural introvert. My personality type is between an INFP and an INTP. I'm an introvert dominant. When I was a young kid, I was very shy. So I naturally go inward to escape the reality of this world. That's my first line of movement. That's why I love doing research. That's why I'm born to do research. That's why I'm a hermit. My Rahu is in the hermit house, the house of the hermit. So my position inevitably was going to get to this stage of life. Doesn't mean I'm not going to be out doing shows and seminars and all the fun stuff with people, but my dominant layer is hermit mode. So going back to the cannabis, when I do the cannabis, I get out of hermit mode. Yes, there are times when I take a puff and I put on the headphones and music sounds a million times better, of course. Everything's amazing, enhanced, all that kind of stuff. And yes, I had these crazy downloads. Yes, I found these crazy connections when I was starting to research on cannabis. But after a period of time on cannabis like that, that regimen, life when I wasn't on it became stale. I became worse when I came off, and then I had to acclimate back to society again. I'm just giving you the raw data here, the raw juice on how my life was. And I'm sure many of you here listening to this can relate to my story of what I'm telling you is that life just seems to be better on cannabis. It's an escape plant. It's a plant to escape, just like psychedelics. So these plants, they all have their, say, cocaine, marijuana. I mean, even the opiates. I mean, this is all escapism. You're escaping this reality. Of course, marijuana is more of a social, but it affects everybody differently. I mean, if you're somebody who's naturally extrovert, you know, and you smoke pot and you get even more extrovert, you may think you're like turbocharging your life. So it's going to affects people so differently. Anything you take affects people so differently. What did I think about the colors? I would assuming you're talking about the mushrooms. When I take psilocybin, I start to see all the geometrical shapes. That's what I start to see. I prefer to do it at night. I haven't done it enough times to say that's a final answer, but I'm a night owl. I mean, I was born at 1:03 a.m. My sun is in the underworld position, almost at 6 o'clock on my astrological chart. I mean, that's just how it is. So I wear a lot of black. I don't, like, if I wear white, it doesn't sit well. I mean, you know how some colors, let's say white, I wear white sometimes, but it just doesn't sit well with me versus black. Ayahuasca, I've done one time and I got nothing from it. I only did one dose. I didn't throw up. I didn't purge. I think purging is something that is required. Well, not saying required, but I think it's something for a lot of people. They must do that in order to start to feel the feel the effects of it. There's a story behind that, but I'm not going to get into that. But I'd be willing to do ayahuasca again, but I haven't had any desire to do it. Actually, I want to do the toad, the frog medicine. That's what I want to do next. What do I think about semen retention? Here's a fun topic to talk about. You know, these days I do a lot of that. You know, I can be honest. I mean, I've lived a life of celibacy more than I have not in the past 5 or 6 years. I'm not running a parallel life. I can't go and tell you, like, a lot of people believe in multi-dimensions, which is a very good possibility. So there may be a Logan right now that's partying his ass off still in another timeline. I don't know. But I can't prove all that stuff. All I know is multi-dimensional or not, I know this dimension I'm in consciously. And, you know, I'm not running a lifeline with another lifeline. I don't know. I'm just going with the flow. I'm just doing what I feel is right, which is instinctively natural for me. Is it going to give me clarity, and is it going to give me, you know, like Santos did a great job on, and I love the video that he put out on raising the chrism oil, but like some people say, if you don't get baptized, you're not going to make it. I say, like, okay, well, that's your opinion. So there's an opinion here, there's an opinion there. It's just all what you're going to want to believe. But remember that semen retention is how you got here. I mean, an orgasm is how you got here. So there's that. I mean, if everybody stopped humping, the world would just disappear. But I do think that it is, I think in a conscious sense, I think it's important. I was just talking about this last week, that I go, here I'm in Colombia, and I go to this massive 4-story beautiful mall, and there's women out there every day, same women with their baby, their kid, I don't know, 2, 3 years old, and they're sitting there begging for money. Young. Every day like clockwork. And I'm like, can't you just keep it in your pants? I mean, you know, so I think that's important, I think. A lot of people have a lot of kids and they don't keep it in their pants, and they're pumping kids out and they're making the world a very challenging place. So I think there's that. Do I have a sensory deprivation? Someone asked me. I have not done sensory deprivation. No, Jerry, I have not. I think it would be pretty badass though. Jim says he's trying to learn how to exit the samsara wheel, the reincarnation cycle, and not come back to this 3D matrix again. Yeah, you know, like that's what I'm doing. That's my goal. I've got 2 videos up, actually, Prison Planet, showing you the way, like a theory on how to get out. And now I'm refining it. I'm refining the way to get out of this reality. And when I look at the refinement, I just don't see most people ever being able to do. I'm not saying this is the path now. So I want to be very clear. My refinement on exiting this matrix is what I'm being shown. It doesn't mean it's true for you. But if it was a foundation, I just don't see many people being able to do it. I just don't. Monatomic gold decode. I mean, I have so many decodes on gold. Bufo is a game changer, says Lena. What's up, Lena Levanti? Jason says there is a temporary exit strategy that can be achieved soul traveling. Yeah, I mean, that's out-of-body experiences, right? Temporary exit. I think what people are interested in is leaving this reality after this life that you have and not having to return. And again, do we return? See, the thing is that there's, the 1 + 1 = 2 truth is there's no way to support that you do return. And on the other side of it, that there is no way to prove that you will return. Or you won't. It goes both ways. I am Cairo says, I feel like I'm getting away with something, hacking the system. Okay, what would that be? Ross is asking, what do you think about 5G towers? I don't care. I used to be all into that. Like when I went on my when I was doing the Alex Jones InfoWars, I was like, yeah, and I was asleep back then. I think that's the beginning stage of waking up, if there is such a formula, is that you start to realize that you're fighting the system because you're tired of it. And the second stage is realizing, well, the same system runs both chaos and order. That's the second stage. And then the third stage maybe just be like, you know that it's two sides of the same coin. And not paying attention to it is one of the requisites to move into the next stage. That's just kind of how I have it pegged. Steven, what's up, brother? Steven, any other wrenchers in here? Do I have any scary movie recommendations? Nah. I'm not really a horror movie fan. I'm more of an action, crime, and drama because I got a lot of Scorpio energy. But scary movie, I mean, watch Cabin in the Woods. If you've seen, it's not even really, it is a scary movie, I guess, but Cabin in the Woods. At least it has some meaning to it. Deleted Truth asking, can you expand on what you found to be the escape route from this matrix? Sure. You got to be a participant of being a nihilist. What is the definition of nihilism? Eliminating all of the programming that you were raised with. See, again, the foundation I have as a researcher, been doing this for over a decade, and at this stage of the game is, it's not even, I'm not going to say prove. I don't like using the word prove. I think prove is too, like, egoic and, you know, it's like, oh, this is absolute. I don't like, I try not to do absolutes, so I stick with support. And now with over 500 videos, the support that I have on how this reality, the machinations and how this reality works, is that mankind is not in control of this reality at all, and mankind is being used as a player on the board. That is my foundation. Now, if I can't have a conversation with somebody that has that same if you don't have that foundation, we're going to be way off on our final answers moving forward. And that's okay. I'm not here to twist anybody's arm to tell you that you live in a predestined reality. It's already scripted. You may think you have all these choices, but you don't. And if you get off course, if there is such a thing, you'll be nudged directly back on it. Right? These are my foundations. So one of the requisites I feel like to exit out of this reality is not pointing fingers and getting angry and call it's them, it's they, it's their fault, they're doing it to me. They're the and then calling these people elite. I don't use those words. They're not elite at all. You're the elite. You give all your power away by calling these people elite. I don't understand that. It's the same thing about, like, I'm not gonna get, it's the same thing with Alcoholics Anonymous. Like, I think the 12-step program is great, but why would you go to a meeting and say, I'm an alcoholic? That's the worst thing to do. I was an alcoholic. That's better. That at least gives you some room for success. But as soon as you admit you are, I mean, you're just dooming yourself to failure. That's a different story. But anyways, I think one of the requisites of getting out of this reality is being neutral to how this reality works. Like, go study nature. Shut off all your mechanics, your electronics, I mean. Shut off all the mainstream. Go start to study how nature works. And you'll see nature is a very ugly world. It's very disturbing. And it's all predator-prey. The whole thing. Everything dies, feeds the soil, and the soil is an ecosystem with the sun. The earth is the black sun, and the white sun above. They feed off of one another. It's a predator-prey. It's a host and a parasite. And you're a parasite in this reality. You're being parasited. I think one of the things to get out of this and have like an exorcism, which I have a decode coming out on that, and it's hilarious how exorcism is explained through the tarot and numerology. It's so funny. So in order to level up in this reality, you need to have an exorcism. And in order to have the exorcism, one of the requirements is you can't be blaming the bad guys because you're blaming the Creator. That's what you're doing. Because the Creator runs the whole thing down here. So if you're sitting there just praising the good shit and damning the bad stuff, you might as well just damn the whole thing. So there's that part of it. And then there's the other part of living a life, that's the neutrality part. And then there's the other part of nihilism, eliminating all your programmed beliefs. And then probably the biggest one that I don't think many people could do is not celebrating the holidays. I think most people they're not going to give that up. Whether or not it's sun worship, whether or not it's Saturn, whether or not it's Zeus, I'm talking nihilism to where you eliminate everything in your life. You're not attached to any of that stuff anymore. You got to be, I think, do you have to be a minimalist? No. But if you had a whole bunch of riches in your life, if you had a whole bunch of material possessions, if your house burned down with all of them in there, how would you feel? Like, you would be affected by it emotionally, yes. But would you have the mentality of saying, I'm just going to go create new shit? Are you attached to this reality? Being attached to this reality is eating the wafer, drinking the wine, doing the rituals. That's being attached to this reality. You're not going to see me do that. So I think that at my current position is that one of the requisites to escape this reality and get out of this reality is you can't be part of it at all. And that's a tall order for most people. It's a very tall order. Is it true? I'm not going to say it's true. I'm just saying that you asked the question at my current level of understanding, the escape route for this matrix, for this reality, is you can't be a part of it. And that's a tall order. It's a tall order. I think this reality is so amazing, and whatever owns and runs it is beyond the scope of mankind's wildest imagination. Even if you can attach some deity name to it, and there's countless deity names. Which is it? Well, I think it's all of them. It owns them all. So if it doesn't get you here, it'll get you there. If it doesn't get you there, it's going to get you here. And it's using you to experience this reality through. And when you're finally saying, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. You're like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm done. You end up moving into, card-wise, you end up moving into this card right here. And this card right here is throwing your sword down. Walking away. I mean, the fives, there's a reason why you have 5 fingers. There's a reason why you have 5 toes. There's a reason why you have 5 senses. So these 5s are super important in the tarot and the cards of illumination. Huge. The 5th house of astrology, Leo, the lion, ruled by the sun. So this card's tied to the sun. So basically you're telling the sun, you're like, I don't want to play anymore. I mean, all these holidays, it's all tied to the celestial. It's all tied to Easter. Why do you think what does the Easter bunny represent? Humping. Procreation. That's why chasing the rabbit means chasing procreation. So Easter represents fertility, getting pregnant, popping out a kid, humping, screwing. That's why you have the Easter eggs. The egg represents the little baby inside. It's all right there. And the Passover and the springtime and in Easter is all tied to the church, which is tied to the sun, which is tied to Jesus. Then you have Christmas, which is the birthing of the sun past the ecliptic out of the 22nd of December. You have that aspect. Then you have the harvest time in the fall. That's the Thanksgiving. Whether or not it was the pilgrims coming over on the boats and all that stuff, behind that is sun worship. So, like, I'm a huge fan of the sun. I was born on the Sunday. I'm a huge fan of it. But at the same time, I think there is this aspect of like, okay, do you want to stop this? Because the water cycle, I showed in my 42 Decoded, the Earth and the sun, they have a contract, and the sun evaporates the water, gives it to the moon and condenses the water, and the moon then controls the tides and it creates the precipitation. So evaporation, condensation, precipitation, that's called the water cycle. That is a cycle that is similar to the reincarnation, incarnation process. That's how I have it pegged, because it's all Mandelbrot set. So you look at one system, you can find the same system in that system. That's why these tarot cards are connected to the cards of illumination. That's why numbers and primes and everything, sine and cosine waves, why these things are all connected. It's very beautiful. It's very, very beautiful. On average, Joe's talking about gang stalking. See, that's where I'm ignorant in this area. I have no idea. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means. I've never experienced it. I'm ignorant, so I couldn't talk about it. I don't know what it's like. And even if I would talk about it, you have to actually. That's something you have to experience. I mean, it's like getting shot with a bullet. Like, how do oh yeah, really, like, all I can say is it burns, it hurts, it's a lot of pain, but you really can't know what it feels like to be shot unless you get shot. That's something you have to experience personally. If you've been in love and someone breaks up with you and you experience that heartbreak, and then you try to go tell a teenager that's never been in love before what heartbreak feels like, you can't tell them. You can't describe heartbreak to somebody that's never experienced it. You have to experience it firsthand. So, if that's part of your code, the gang stalking, those of you that have that in your life, I'm very ignorant in that area. I wouldn't even know what to suggest to you. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't even know where to start. Somebody asked me to decode it, and I'm like, I wouldn't even know what to decode on it. Lorraine says, heartbreak is the worst feeling. You ever have food poisoning? I'd say that's just as bad. Food poisoning? Woo! I mean, you can't compare it to heartbreak and all that stuff, but I'm just being funny. Amuse says, do you believe some of the fingerprints of knowing to detach from reality is a possibility? Fingerprints? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Bernie Lehman says, creatine, question mark. Yeah, I'm a fan of it. You gotta use it in moderation like anything else. The best creatine, in my opinion, is called Cray Alkaline, K-R-E, Cray Alkaline. It's a buffered creatine, way better than monohydrate. If you really want to get results as somebody who works out, you would be well served to cycle creatine, the Cray Alkaline, with arginine alpha ketoglutarate. That is my go-to. That has been my favorite. You'll put on 6, 7, 8, 9 pounds. I'm not saying it will be muscle, but you will. People will be like, "Damn, what are you doing?" Within a couple weeks. It's amazing. Cray Alkaline and L-arginine alpha ketoglutarate, otherwise known as AAKG. Food poisoning is a good exorcism. It sure is. I mean, there's so many. Alex says I broke several bones in my back. Folks, you're gonna have your worst time of life. Like, there's gonna be like, I would never want to do that again. So we got some karma questions coming in here. Take on karma. Well, my opinion is meaningless with karma. If you believe in it, then it's part of your reality. And if somebody says, well, there's no such thing as karma, well then if you adopt that, then there would be no such thing as karma. Then you would move on to why is these things happening to me? So first, again, I'm a foundation guy. Like, what are your foundations? What are your foundations? So if you're like, oh, I believe in karma. Okay. So that's like cause and effect. But so my foundation is you live in a predestined reality, and my foundation with that opinion is supported with 500 plus videos. That's what I take to the bank with me. My final answer is you live in a predestined script, the reality. Predestined. It's already written. So whether or not karma exists is really irrelevant because it's subordinate to predestination. For me. So is karma a thing? Maybe. But predestination, to me, is an absolute. There's no getting around it. And again, that's my truth. So karma is subordinate to predestination. Magic Taco, cool avatar name, is asking about content creators that talk about ascending to higher dimensions such as 5D and claiming they learned this from extraterrestrials. It's an opinion. I take it as an opinion. Is it an opinion with support? Absolutely not. It's just an opinion. You can't, in order to tell the story, you need to be in this reality. So, I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm saying that opinion lacks support. See, for me, personally, I don't need to travel to other dimensions. I get all my information in this one. I'm getting all my information in this dimension. I don't need to do any extracurricular activities. I don't need to go sit there in a meditative state. I don't need to go and try to get in theta. I just navigate through this. But maybe that's just selectively for me and a few other people. It's maybe some of you that do the same thing. Like right now, shit just comes to me in real time. Bam, bam, bam. And I have such a memorization now by doing I decode. That's all I do. I've slowed down a little bit. I've been able to do it where I can pump out a lot of content without having to spend a lot of time on it now. But I have a lot of numbers, a lot of prime numbers, and I have a lot of things memorized. So now when stuff comes to me in my mind, I can already see it. It's already forecasted. Like I can see the playbook. Maybe you can too. Jason's asking, have I discovered any new decoding layers? Quite a bit. I have all these decodes shelved. I mean, I have them all in folders, just waiting to be shot. I mean, I could put out a decode every day. I could probably put out 2 a day. But the sacrifice that has to go into that is a lot. People that you wouldn't even begin to imagine what goes into actually creating all these slides, how much time I have to spend in front of a computer that gives off a shitload of radiation. I shouldn't say shitload, but it gives off radiation, and it's making my life decay faster. So yes, it's a tool, I love it, and I'm addicted to it, but it's killing me faster. But I do have a lot of things that I found that I haven't showed the public yet. I'm still tinkering with it. I'm not ready to. Any thoughts on water fasting? See, I know Jordan's big into this. He's big into dry fasting. See, I'm not. The reason why I'm not is because your body's not, it's like drain all the oil out of your car and go run it for 3 days. Go drive your car for 24 hours with no oil in it. See what happens. This thing right here is made up of, I say, over 80-90% water. So eliminating that, I'm not a fan of it. I think fasting for a certain amount of time is okay, but 2-3 days I think I just don't think that's something I would do. But that's me. I'm not saying that's not cookie cutter. My opinion may be meaningless in your life. So what works for me may not work for you. I don't think what I'm saying here is cookie cutter. I think people really should be focusing on the type of water they drink versus water fasting. Because you could stop drinking water, your body's going to want it, because that's what it does to flush. And I think doing it for a little bit of time is okay. Yeah. Like when I was doing bodybuilding, competitive bodybuilding, you would be drinking 2 gallons of water a day, and then the show is the next day. And a certain period of time, like 5-6 o'clock the day before, you stop drinking it. And I remember just sucking on ice cubes and being completely parched. Because my body was like, wants all that water. It was used to intaking it, pissing it out, intaking it, pissing it out. It was like a machine. And then you stop that flow of water out and you're still urinating and you're getting dehydrated. See, dehydration is not something that is good for the body. So short term, I think fasting is cool. But I don't think like 2-3 days of, I'm not a fan of that. That's just my opinion. But drinking water and fasting, I think is a great idea. I think, but the type of water you drink, I think is very, very important. And I think it's the most critical part most people overlook. They're just like, oh, I'm going to go on a water fast. I'm going to continue to buy my water from the plastic jug, the grocery store. They don't realize where it comes from. They have no idea the origin of it. And it's not really doing them any good. But again, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, these are my opinions. I'm not saying they're true. I would never try to tell somebody else saying, oh, you're wrong for doing that. No, if you feel that that's working for you and you find the support for that from a biological perspective, by all means, go for it. Like, don't listen to me. I'm experimenting all the time, especially now. About next month, I'm about to hit 51. And, I'm not doing the same things I did back when I was 30 years old. Body's not as resilient. Doesn't heal as fast. There's a lot of variables that are involved with that. Alex is asking about reptilians. Well, I mean, I think they're a real thing. Why wouldn't they be? I think they're a real thing. I just never met one, never seen one. But I think that most definitely we can't leave it out. I think that it's a possibility that that species lives amongst us, or they live underground, or, Jason and I talked about that. Let's talk about the underground aliens. I think that's absolutely a very good possibility. I lean more towards that being a fact than non-fact. That there are entities living underground. I mean, right now there are bugs living underground. It's just, they're not bugs, they're different species. Rebecca's saying, if you're a bad person, you change and start being a better person, does your life path change? No, I don't think so. I think that every number, so if you're talking life path, you're talking about the spirit inside of you. That's how I have the life path chalked up, which is a total birthday added up. And there are several ways to look at that. It's not just set in stone. With adding up your days on the Gregorian calendar, you're going to have pre-Gregorian calendar as well. But if you change from a bad person to a good person, I'm going to say that that's part of your script. It's part of your script. I mean, there is this aspect of running these parallel lives, right? Like, and then having the pendulum swing, and I've mentioned this before, where maybe there's angels and demons down here. Good cop, bad cop angels. And they oversee everything. And when you swing into the left and you're with the good angels, and then one day you have an accident, you go on painkillers because you break your hip, and then you spiral out of control. It's not like you purposely did it, and then the pendulum starts to swing down towards the bad guys, the dark angels. And now the dark angel, the good angel's like, I can't use this person anymore because they're doing too many sinning things. I can't use this person anymore because now they're doing too low vibrational things. So now you take them, or you take her. That may be how it works. I don't know. I'm just theoretically throwing out an idea. Somebody asked me a question. I was going to answer it, and I can't find it. Let's see if I can find a question. Pascal's asking about the sun. I get this question a lot. some people say, when I was younger, I remember it being yellow and now it's white. I honestly don't remember. I mean, the sun's yellow every time it goes down through a sunset. So that's all I can say about that. I don't really have much more to say about that. Tam Bell is saying, I am experiencing some serious emotional trauma. What's your best advice? I'm not going to give you advice. I'm not a therapist. But what I would do if I was what I did when I was doing emotional trauma, release. Forgiving. That's what I was doing. I've done it. Emotional trauma, releasing. How do you release? Forgiving. Some of you, you don't want to forgive the person that you're attached to with the emotional trauma because you don't feel like they deserve it. I get that. But that just may be the silver lining that's holding that emotional trauma stuck into your energy field. I think a lot of you, like, again, it's letting this go. How do you let it go? By facing it. And then, you know, like if you're somebody who can't forgive the person that did something to you that's causing the emotional trauma because they're still doing it, or they're not going to forget, like, oh, but they're not going to do it. Well, then you're, in my opinion, you're not looking at this, the way to overcome the emotional trauma. The way to overcome the emotional trauma is through neutrality. Neutrality is, who gives a shit what they think? Who cares what they're doing? And if they're still doing it, then you would, obviously the first step is to forgive and then cut them out of your life. Completely. See, it's like, if you can't turn the news on and know that it's a movie and you get emotionally involved with it, to me, you haven't superseded that layer of life. You can't distinguish whether it's real or not. You still think it's real. You still think it has some kind of meaning in your life. So it's the same thing with these emotional traumas. You haven't been able to let go of something it's not even real. The only reason why it's still there is because you've either probably swept it under the rug, and I get that, we've all done that, but that's normally what we do as children. We normally sweep things under the rug as kids because we don't know any better. And the safest thing to do is to sweep it under the rug and forget about it. But then that thing just festers, and then it just haunts you for your whole adulthood until you get rid of it. So if you have emotional trauma, then you got to pick up the rug and see it, oh yeah, there, but you can't be attached to it. Like, it's just emotional trauma. There's no meaning to it. I know that is very simple, and I know it's like, oh, you just don't get it, Logan. I don't get it. But what I do get is emotional trauma, and emotional trauma is something that you have a contract with. So it's just look at it as in a contract term. If you have a marriage, right, you can break it all, you can separate from your partner. And a lot of you right now you're married, but you're not even living with the person. You haven't filed the divorce paper. They haven't filed the divorce papers, but you still have a contract with them. A legally binding contract that connects you to that person. Whether or not you're 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and you're separated, there's still a line to that person. In order to sever that line, because you signed the contract, you need to sign the papers. You can say all day long, well, and this is how I was, like, screw all that paperwork. It's not valid in my eyes anymore. But if it's valid in their eyes, and if it's valid to the courts, then there's still a lining attached. So it's the same thing with emotional trauma. If you don't need to sign you don't need to sign papers, but you need to emotionally release this contract. And there's no like day circled in the calendar when you're going to do that, but you've got to pick up the rug and you've got to look at it. And I'm just saying is try to simplify your life with emotional trauma like it's not that big of a deal. You're making it a really big deal. You say so. It's real because you say I have emotional trauma. Just like I said earlier, the last thing, if I was going to go to an AA meeting, I've been to them. I think the worst thing that you could do at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting is stand up in front of all these people and say, I'm an alcoholic. That you're admitting something that you want to move away from. So the very thing, if you have emotional trauma, it's like, okay, face it, and now you want to get rid of it. How do you get rid of it? Throw it away. Cut all the ties to the emotional trauma. And again, a lot of it may be forgiveness. You may have to say you're sorry, even if you don't think it's your fault. See, how bad do you want it? Like for me, it's like the emotional trauma is it's worth me saying I'm sorry even when I don't feel like I owe anybody an apology. It's worth it to me to get rid of the emotional contract. Because that's what emotional trauma is, a contract. I hope that helps you. I'm looking at your comments. I have not decoded the curious case of Benjamin Button. I thought about it once, but I looked at the whole concept of it, and I mean, you know what's really fascinating about him is Brad Pitt and his former wife, Angelina Jolie. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were two kings. Brad Pitt is the king of hearts, Angelina Jolie is the king of diamonds. Badass combination of cards. But you have two kings in the house. Angelina Jolie being the king of diamonds, the king of money, the king of hearts being, not saying the king of hearts can't accumulate and amass a fortune, but even on top of that, Brad Pitt, I think in his tropical astrology is a Virgo midheaven. So it's like, you know, the king of love and all that stuff. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, these cards have a asset liability to them. So it's not just like, oh, I got the king of hearts, I got king of love. That doesn't mean you're going to be lovey-dovey all the time. You're going to have the sinning nature just like anybody else. But that king of hearts that Brad Pitt has, I mean, that's the 50th card in the tarot, and that's tied to the element tin. Tin has the most stable isotopes, which is 10, more than any of the other ones. And the king of hearts is tied right to the sun. Jerry's asking about the Jesus bloodline. Do I think there's anything to Jesus's bloodline? I mean, if my stance on Jesus is that clearly it's tied to the sun. Was Jesus a real guy? I don't know. I'm like neutral to it. I can't say he was. I can't say he wasn't. Just don't know. The idea of Jesus makes him real. That's magic. But Jesus is the Roman name, the Latin name. So it is a name created by the Vatican, the Roman Catholic Church. Jesus is, you can go back and you follow the origins of it, and it's going to go back. It's Greek, it's Jesus. And then if you want to get into like, oh, it's Yeshua, well, if you want to believe that, but there's no tie-ins to Yeshua at all, other than just saying Yeshua. There's no remnants of Jesus in the Old Testament at all. Jesus is a New Testament character. If you want to talk about Jesus being the Son, well, that's a different story. That to me is what Jesus is. So the bloodline, I don't know. I don't even know where I would start with that. Angela Rains is asking, is it true that when you're born on June 17th, Gemini was in Mercury? Are you saying you have Gemini and Mercury? I mean, Mercury and Gemini? I don't know. The 17th card is the star card, yeah. But everybody is a star card. Now, if you're born in the 17th, then you would just have a more direct lineage to that star energy. See, all that matters is your code. All that matters is your screenplay. Are you living out your screenplay? Or are you allowing other people to dictate your screen? A lot of you are not living out your screenplay. You're allowing other people to tell you how you should live. Because you call your friends up and say, hey, what do you think I should do here? And they tell you, like, oh yeah, I'll do that. That's not living your star. Like, it's different if you're going to call somebody and pay them for their consultation or whatever. But if you're calling a friend up and asking your friend, hey, do you think I should break up with him? What do you think, girl? Oh, girl, that dude treats you like shit. Absolutely. I mean, and you just listen to your friend. That's what they would do. They're not even living in your shoes, but you let them narrate and dictate your life. So being a star number one, all of you, you should be paying attention more to your code and less of what people's opinions are. But as far as being a messenger, well, is that what you, the answer is usually in the question. So if you feel like you're a messenger, then I would say you're a messenger. It's just now you want to fine tune that. What are you a messenger of? What's your message? Like, I'm heavy Mercury. Mercury in my sidereal is my, besides my Uranus, is my chart ruler. So I have a lot of Mercury. And am I a messenger? Kind of, I guess. But it's not just that. I mean, you got to look at, like, all the celestials in your chart are going. That's all a team effort. But there are some that stand out more than others, especially your chart ruler. Where has the 13th, Linda's asking about the 13th Zodiac sign. Where has it gone? It's still there. Ophiuchus is a constellation that has a star that is right over the ecliptic. The constellation just makes it on the ecliptic. Jason's, you're asking about a stellium in Scorpio. You got so K2 is one half of Rahu. So Rahu, your Rahu's going to be in Taurus. That's where you're going to find your liberation. You're going to find your liberation in Taurus. And then you're going to find out what nakshatra it's through, Rohini or Kritika. Or the fifth one. Angela says, I am not a follower. Awesome. I was a nurse for 25 years and I would do crystal healing. Brilliant. No pun intended with the crystal. Brilliant. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. Have I Alex is asking about Maldi. No, I haven't. I haven't decoded Maldi. What's up, Jeremiah? Jeremiah says, agape, agape, Ethan Rucker. Yeah, the great decoder Ethan Rucker passed last year. Missed that guy. I was fortunate to speak to that guy on the phone a few times, and he was a genius decoder. So I sure miss his mind, for sure, as I do Nigel's. Alicia says Gordy Rose. Yeah, Gordy Rose from the D-Wave Computer Company up in Vancouver. I haven't looked into that. I haven't decoded it. Pause events. Do we live in a firmament? Well, inside of? Is that what you mean? I would say that would be more the truth. I would say that would be the that's what's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour is the firmament. Rhoda Rose says my birthday is the 8 of spades. That's what mine is. So you're either you're March 6th, February 4th, or January 8th. Is it the 8th? Yeah, I mean, if you're an 8, if you're an 8, any of you out there, if you're an 8, 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, 8 of hearts. Today's 8 of diamonds day. The 8 is the prison. This is the prison. And this is what the sun gives off. The prison. Infinity. That's why infinity in numerology is 26, just like source. This is why the sun makes the analemma and the moon makes the analemma shape. So if you're an 8 of hearts, clubs, diamonds, or spades, you're tied right to the sine wave, the prison, the time wave. So, like I'm an 8 of spades, you asked about an 8 of spades. What is the 8 of spades? Well, the spade from the card system I learned, which is not absolute, because there are other ways to observe it. The spade suit in the tarot is the last suit. The spade suit in the tarot is the third to last suit. And the spade suit in the cards of illumination that I learned from sacred teachings of all ages, or sacred symbols, is the spade suit is the last suit. It represents Earth. So if you're 8 of spades, you're the sine wave of Earth. Which is why it's the trapped and limited card in the tarot. But that's the liability of it. The asset of being an 8 is you have access to firsthand. You got firsthand access to everything that's stuck in the Akashic records. And this is why I've been shown all this stuff. Personally, for me, this is how I have it pegged. Doesn't mean I'm better than anybody. It doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to tap into stuff. I'm not saying this is like absolutely not off limits for any of you that are not an 8. But that's why 19 is the 8th prime number and 19 is the sun card in the tarot. The 8 represents the sine wave, the prison wave, the sine and cosine wave, the infinity symbol. I mean, yeah, so Timothy has the 8 of diamonds. I mean, 8 of diamonds is the if you're willing to work for it, it's today's card. If you're willing to work for it, it's like that's the card of the carpenter. In the tarot, the pentacles is the last suit. So the 8 of diamonds, the 8 of pentacles is a card of work and getting what you want. You just got to figure out what do you want. I know so many 8 of diamonds that have a lot of money. It just naturally comes to them. And then there are some that have to work a little bit harder for it. It just, remember folks, it's not just cookie cutter. It's not like, oh, I have an 8 of diamonds or I have a 10 of diamonds. I got the fortunate blessings card. Like 10 of diamonds is like, is it guaranteed that you make a lot of money? No. 10 of diamonds, fortunate blessings. Tom Brady, Prince, Michael Jackson, Jim Carrey, these are all 10 of diamonds people. But it doesn't mean if you're a 10 of diamonds, you're guaranteed to be a millionaire or be somebody who's a star in the movie. You got to there's a lot of factors. You got to look at your astral. That's why just one system is not where it's at. You can't just study the cards of illumination and say, oh yeah, this is what I'm going to become. No, there's Chiron placements, there's wounds, there's karma aspects with the celestials, which is your screenplay. So you got to look at all layers as much as you can. That's what determines what it's going to look like for you. Do I believe in eating for your astrological sign? I haven't really looked into that information that much, so I'm very ignorant. So I couldn't give you a yes or no on that, Yvonne. What about the two of spades? If you're a two of diamonds, two of spades, two of clubs, two of hearts, you prefer to be in partnerships. I'm not saying it's absolute. These are averages. Two is two people. Two of spades is a card notoriously wanting to be in a relationship, and it says in the definitions of the cards, two of spades will be better in life with a relationship. I mean, the lineage of that card, the two of spades, is connected to the six of spades, which is card 45, which is Pandora's box. So it can be a challenging combination of cards, spirit and ego card. Two of spades can be challenging. I'm not going to say you're not going to have challenges. Like if you're feeling that, well, so once you know what your card is, then you correlate that to your astrological map. And you start to look at your astrological map. And you can place it. I've done with the astro. If you watch my astro alchemy, I showed how you can take all the cards and you can place them in the astrological wheel. How they all fit there. And all the kings sit in the middle. All the kings sit in the pupil. The astrological map is your eye, by the way. Astrology is your eyeball. So the iris is the 12 disciples and Jesus and the king. Light is in the middle, the pupil. Light going down into the black sun. This is Earth right here. It's really easy. Pat Pips asking about time of birth. Some of you don't know your time of birth. So how do you run your astrological chart if you don't know your time of birth? Well, do your best to try to get it. So I tell people, say, well, how do I do that? Extend as many resources as you can to get your birth time. Get a roundabout idea. Then go on a long walk or go to the beach or go to the lake or take a whole day to think about your birth time and ask source. Just be like, thank you for showing me my birth time. Maybe you'll see the number. Maybe you'll see something that recognizes a number. Maybe you'll see maybe you'll see a time on a clock and a song will play, and that song's very dear to you, and that time maybe your birth time. And then sit with it. So picking a time I think is important, because we can definitely do a chart. I can do anybody's chart without the birth time. You're just not going to get the houses exact, because that wheel moves. So the zodiac signs and the celestials will be in the zodiac signs they're supposed to be in, regardless if you put 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. But the houses will move. So you'll lose the definitions of the personalities of the houses. That's it. That's all you'll do. And you'll lose the rising sign. You probably are not going to get a definitive on the rising sign. But this is why I tell people, do what I just said on getting your birth time. You know, treat it very sacred. Michael Havens is asking about the Ace of Spades and Motorhead. Yeah, well, that's the song. It's called Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades, why it's such an infamous card? I mean, if you have an ace, the aces are the beginning. The Ace of Spades, the Ace of Diamonds, these cards are tied to the implant in the brain, the all-seeing eye inside your brain. That's how I have it pegged. Johan is asking, hey Logan, why do you believe that God is the sun? Well, I mean, isn't it obvious? So the question I would ask you is, are you referencing theology or are you referencing nature? Are you referencing theology or are you referencing nature? And then I can go further from there. Alex says, I'm a 6 of clubs and I found an 8 of hearts in the street. Go look up the 8 of hearts, Alex. Read about the 8 of hearts. It's a message for you. When I first scheduled my podcast with Zach, the Decoder, Zach Hubbard. It's been 2 years now, and YouTube has removed it just recently because there was some words that Zach used that YouTube didn't find they weren't too fond of his words, which I can see why. But when him and I finally came together to do our podcast, and it was a huge event. I think it was over 1,000 people live that watched that event. Live. It was a big event. I scheduled to do it with him, and days before I did the podcast with him, I went to Tulum, Mexico. I was in Playa del Carmen area, and I went to Tulum with some friends visiting. This was like 3 days before the scheduled podcast between me and Zach. And I had never been to Tulum before, so I had no idea. When I got there, there's this part of town where most of the tourists go, and the beach is over there and all that stuff. And if you don't go to the main part of where the beach is, there's some secret areas that you can, off the road, people just trailblaze to the beach. They're not paths, but people make their own paths to the beach. So that's what we did. We went to eat, and then we were walking along the road, and we decided we wanted to go to the ocean, and so we trailblazed it. We walked to. Clearly it was a path that people had already made, because you could see the stuff was trampled, and you could see people that would walk through this path. So we followed it, and it went to the ocean. It was right there. As I'm walking through the path, I look down in the sand, and there's 2 playing cards in the sand, and they're all they're so faded because the sun got them. Their sun faded big time. But there was just 2 in the sand, so they were partly in the sand, partly out of the sand. And so I of course I was a fan of the cards. I pulled them out of the sand, and I just briefly looked at them, and I threw them in my backpack, and I forgot about them. And when I got back from Tulum, and I unpacked, I found the cards. They were white ones. And I even did a video on it. And these were the 2 cards that I found in the sand. They weren't these ones, but they were these 2 cards. Now, 97 is a prime number. 97 is a prime number. And 79 is a prime number. 79 being the 22nd prime number. 97 being the 25th prime number. Well, why these cards? Well, this card is the birth card of Zach Hubbard. And this card was the card that was the day we did the podcast. I kid you not. The 7 of clubs is Zach Hubbard's birth card. The 9 of spades was the card that was the day we did the podcast. How's that possible? I kid you not. I was so blown away by it. I did a video. It's still on my channel. And I showed the original cards. I took a picture of them and I uploaded them and I showed the original cards. How do I walk in the sand? Never been to Tulum before. I walk to the beach, I reach down and there's 2 cards in the sand and these are the 2 cards? And you're telling me we don't live in a scripted reality? I mean, are you freaking kidding me? When I saw that and I figured it out, I was blown away. But now when I see these kinds of things, they happen all the time now. Because I'm observing the code, and now it's observing me back. And it's like in real time now. And this to me, ladies and gentlemen, is my proof. Like, I'm going to use proof. This is my proof that we live inside of some kind of system that is already predestined, it's already scripted, and it's running the whole show here. That was my proof. Because there's no other way. You can chalking it up to saying, oh, that's a coincidence. Yeah, 2 cards in Tulum, never been there before. Randomly walked in a trailblazing path to go to the beach, grabbed 2 cards that have been in the sand forever because the sun bleached them. And those are the 2 cards matched up to the podcast I was doing a few days later and with the guy I was doing it with. Come on. No way. Nope. We live in this reality is some kind of it's some kind of computer system. And it looks and feels real. There's really no other logical explanation for what I just told you. And this is not just the first incident of it happening. I have things that happen to me all the time now. So I'm not here to force these ideals upon people. I'm not here to say, oh, well, you have to believe them. I don't care. I don't really care if anybody believes me, if people don't care. Because I already know these are my 1 + 1 = 2 fact. I'm seeing it, I'm living it. And when things happen to you like that over and over, coincidence, there is no such thing. Okay? Yeah, Jason, good point. 97 is the mirror of the 79, right? So that was the other thing too. I mean, 79 is, it's amazing how gold plays such a role. 79 being the 22nd prime number, and that's the Fool. I mean, that's what we're playing out. So Logan, okay, so Johan says, so Logan, I'm referencing as God coming down as a human for our sins. Why would God come down for sins? The sin is the sin wave. You're in it. That's this. This is the sin wave, the infinity wave, the number 8, which is what the sun makes, which is what your deoxyribonucleic acid is. Spirit uses you as an instrument. The sun uses you as an instrument to play out this reality. So if you want to say that, if you want to put a title to the word God, that's why I don't really like using God, because it's so vanilla. Everything's attached to it. But if you're referencing God as theology, there is countless scriptures that reference God being the Son. Countless. Still working on the course, folks. That's all I got for you. Just be patient. Still working on it. I got it shelved right now. I have so many things. It's on the shelf. So I'm not sure when it's going to come out. I'm working on it, though. Alex is asking, what's your opinion on the number 68? Well, the 6 is carbon, and the 8 is the sin wave. Right? The 6 is carbon, and the 8 is oxygen. See, what does oxygen do to things left out in the air? Have you ever noticed a car and its paint, when it gets oxidized? That's because the sun is oxidizing the car, the paint. Oxygen is what starts to oxidize things. So the number 8 is oxygen on the periodic table, and it means oxidization. When you take the number 8, which is it's infinity, it never ends. Never. And then you add the 6 to it, which is the last day of creation, which is carbon. You now have entered the death sine wave. 6, carbon, the lovers, enters into the strength card, which is trying to tame the sun. Trying to tame the sun. But you can't. You can't tame it. 19 is the 8th prime number. Okay? 19 is the 8th prime number. The sun card is the 19th card. The 8th card is the strength card. Why is it the strength card? Because this is the card to represent trying to tame the lion, which is the sun. This is why 1 Peter 5 verses 8 says, "Be on the watch. Your adversary, the devil, walks about like a roaring lion." The lion is Leo, the sun. See that woman, she's got the infinity symbol over her head, trying to tame the sun. Trying to tame it. So the number 8, when you combine it with the number 6, it's guaranteeing your death. Because it's the number 8 with the lover's card. This one. This is the 6th card. So the sun comes down through the number 8, which is the infinity symbol, which is the sine wave, and you become a human being. That's 86 or 68. And you'll face death, just like everybody does here in this reality. Johan saying, so Logan, you don't believe in a human God creator of the earth? Human God? So I think maybe you're trying to say, do I believe in a God that created earth? I think that's what you mean. Something created this reality. I just don't know what it is. And I don't like to use the word God because everybody uses that word. Well, not everybody, but mostly everybody uses that word. And every title's attached to it. So I'm more agnostic. So if you don't know what that word means, go look it up. Agnostic. Jason, good point. Oxygen's from the Greek words oxy and genes, which means acid forming. That's a very good point. Yep. Because that's what it does. That's what oxygen does to things in this reality. It makes it decay. If any of you here are fives, if you're the five fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses, 5 is also tied to the sun. Straight up, because it's tied to Leo, the lion. 5 is the Mars energy of the sun. The sun says, I want you to imagine, all of you right now, imagine you're the sun in the sky and you're looking down over Earth. And you do it non-stop. The sun doesn't go out, it just spins around. So you're the sun and you're observing and you're looking down on Earth and you're seeing everything that goes on at any given moment. Maybe within the constructs of where your sun is shining. Like right now, I look out the window, there's no sun here. So if you're somebody who believes in the round Earth, the sun has gone below the ecliptic. If you're somebody who's a flat earther, the sun has moved away. The sun's not shining right now where I'm at here. So it's not illuminated here. So now we have to use artificial light to illuminate, which is a little bit different. But the sun, imagine you're the sun, and the sun is an entity like you. It has a personality. What would its personality be? It's a nuclear reactor. Hydrogen, helium, it's like a reactor up there. And it's super hot. But what is it? But it looks down. It's been looking down to Earth, and finally it's like, damn, man, I think I'm kind of tired of being this ball of heat. And that game looks pretty fun, so I'm going to go play that game. I'm going to go incarnate into that game. And there's a lot of reference, if you're a fan of the Torah, the Spirit of God breathed into the nostrils and created man from the dust of the ground. If you follow that script, the dust of the ground, and what the breath of life said, when you go study these words and the numerology of them through Hebrew, and it's a game changer. But there's so many referencing points to the sun being the Lord of the Bible, being the God of the Bible. And on top of that, we become the spirit into matter. We become the matter. We become the fool in this reality. And the fool is the gold. That's why 79, which is gold, is the 22nd prime number, and 22 is titanium, which is tied to the Titans, the sons and daughters of Earth. We are the Titans, and the sun is our boss, and it harvests our energy. And you only have a short period of time here. It's pretty simple. Then you have the moon in there as well. So you fives, that's why the 5 is the busiest number. It looks like the letter S, as in sun, as in soul. 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. The 5th house of astrology is Leo, the lion. The lion is in Chinese is the dragon. Dragon is the sun. So if you're a 5, man, 5 life path, 5 birthday, 5 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 5 of spades. You gotta, this is the restless heart, restless mind. It's an ego card. It wants to experience. It wants to go on a lot of adventures. If you're a 5 life path, I mean, that's what your spirit wants to do. It wants to try everything. Like, variety and change is like your best friend. It's your fuel as a 5. 5 birthday, 5 life path, 5 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 5 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Your fuel is your fuel that you pump into you is variety, change, which is something that you should never steer away from. And if you get into a relationship with somebody and they want to try to clip your wings, they're going to have hell. They're going to have hell to pay. You're not born to be that. You're not designed to have your wings clipped. So that's why, like, now when you get into relationships, you can strategically look at somebody else's code. Then you can look at their astrological map. You can read yours, and you can figure out, okay, well, it's not going to be all hunky-dory no matter what. There are no 2 perfect signs and 2 perfect birthdays that align. Like, every card can match up with any card. Every zodiac sign can match up with any zodiac sign. It's just there's a lot of moving parts to it. It's not just, let's just look at where my 7th house is. Let's see where my Mars or Venus is and call it a day. No, it's not that simple. There's so much more that's involved with looking at a partner and saying, okay, do I want to sacrifice myself? Because folks, look, man, you all have been there. You know what the honeymoon stage is. The honeymoon stage is not fair. For the majority of you, there are exceptions, but I would say 99% of you are already, if you're in a relationship, you've already surpassed your honeymoon stage. You're not in your honeymoon stage anymore. Like, you can't tell me that when you kiss your partner, it's the same as when you did it the first time you kissed him. Come on. That's like telling me, yeah, when I get in my car, I've had it for 10 years, it drives just as good the day I the day I brought it off the lot. That's bullshit. No way. Sorry, that's a lie. Anyway, I'm getting way off topic. Johan, I think we've had you in this chat before, and you kept posting these comments, and like, I directed you already to answer your questions. Go watch my Superstar Decoded Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. Go watch my Sun Devil. Okay? Go watch Eden's Recycled Garden. All the answers that you're looking for are in my decodes. They're already there. If you really want to know the answers to that. Okay? So you don't have to keep repeating your question. Just go into my video catalog and go watch some of the videos. And they'll do a far better job of explaining and answering your question than I can do here on the fly. Because it's very complicated to answer your question. About, is there a God beyond the sun? What created the sun and the moon? Is there a God beyond the Logos? Is it just this God? Then you get into the Law of One and Ra and say this is the God of this Logos, and there's other gods out of here, and there's so many fractals to this. Okay? There's so many fractals to this, and it's complicated, so it's not an easy answer. Road Doggy says, Logan, I love my wife more each day than the day before. Read this and help a brother out. I'm not debating whether or not you love somebody more. I get that. What I'm saying is that the kiss that you got cannot be compared to the kiss you get now. There is no way to there's no this is my opinion now. When you fall in love for the first time, maybe not the first time, maybe you get into a relationship, it's your fifth one, and you fall head over heels for this person. It's way more intense than the last one. That feeling that you capture in the very beginning is unparalleled. You will lose that. You're not going to keep that feeling. I don't buy it. The love you have when you live through it 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you may have love every day, but it's not the same comparison of the honeymoon stage that you went through in the very beginning. You can't say that a new car is the same as a 10-year-old car. It drives the same, it looks the same, I love it the same. No, the feeling that you got when you drove that car off the lot and that pride of ownership is different than having a 10-year relationship with a car where you keep it washed and waxed and it's a beauty and everybody's like, wow, that's an amazing car. It's a different love relationship than what it was in the very beginning. So when you fall in love with somebody, it's non-comparable to when you are actually in a 10-year relationship, 20-year relationship. And like Father Time says, chasing the dragon high. Exactly. When you drink one glass of wine and you get that little fluttery buzz and you say, oh, I'll have another glass of wine and I'll have another one. And you continually get more drunk. You mean to tell me you mean to tell me that drunk is the same state as the first buzz you got when you started feeling that first glass of wine? Absolutely not. That's just, my opinion. It's cookie cutter across the board on everything with the way we feel emotionally. That's my take on it. That's my opinion, though. So I'm not saying it's true. I know I speak like I'm saying this is absolute, but I'm speaking because I'm answering questions. But I'm going to be very transparent and be very honest here and tell you, these are my truths. This is my philosophy. This is the way I observe reality. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to not like me because I don't agree or I say certain things that don't embed into your life. I don't think there's a cookie cutter way to life. But I will say that a 1 + 1 = 2 truth is the honeymoon stage is far different than being married for 20 years. The first kiss, when the honeymoon stage is far different than being in love 20 years later. It's way different. It's not even the same thing. CJ says, Logan, do you believe in a higher power creator? I believe in a creator. See, I don't, these adjectives, higher power, do I believe in a creator? Yes. That's it. I'm going to leave it at that. Why do I have to name it? Why does it have to have a title? Personally, I think when you add all these names onto it, it's all part of this construct. Inside this construct is all the deities and the names and the titles and the fancy words, and it's inside this reality. See, I'm trying to get out. I at least want to try to find the escape hatch and say, okay, do I want to leave? That's my stance on it. Alex is asking, do I think that is there immortal people living in this simulation? Maybe. I've never met one. All I see is people die. So the chances of somebody that's immortal living here are very slim. I'm not saying it's impossible. I would never say it's impossible, but it's very slim that there are immortal beings living here in this reality. Pat Pip's asking about the 10 of clubs. It's my mother's card. See, it gives it. You should know what your parents' cards are. It's important. What gave you birth? What two cards came together and created you? The characteristics of those two cards came together and created you. 10 of clubs, that's my mom's card. All the 10s. Now, I have a decode coming out on the game of chess. And I'm going to do my best to show you how I think the cards of illumination sit on a chessboard. So you have the 8 pawns across, and then you have the 2 castles, the 2 knights, the 2 bishops, and the king and queen. 16 pieces. The word light equals 16, see? So you have light against light. Okay? We're playing the light game, or the light game is playing us. The 10s, I have those pegged to the rooks, the castles. 10 is the binary system, the 1 and the 0, which just may be the very reason why we're here. We're inside of a binary computer system. And the Ten of Clubs is a very, very mighty card because it's tied to the word blood. It's tied to the word crown. It's tied to the word history. All these tens, no matter what number I give the value to this 10, the 10 of hearts being the 10th card, it can also be the 23rd card. And the 10 of clubs moves into the 10th position, and that becomes card number 10. So it's important to look at if you're a 10, you want to look at all 4 of the 10s, add them up and get a number and see if that number is relevant for you. All the queens, when you add them up, is 126. All the kings is 130. All the jacks is 90. So it's important to look at not just the card, but the 4 cards that are tied to your birthday card. Add them all up and see if that number stands out for you. Cross 47, what's up, man? No, I was born at 1:03 a.m., not 4:03. 1:03. Unless you're not talking about me. I don't know if you're talking about me. I'm going to post it to the top. Those of you that want to know your card, I've pinned it to the top of this chat room. You'll see it at the top. It's called itsallonthecards.com. Just copy and paste or click on that. Or Pamela put it up there too. So actually, let me. There you go. So Pamela posted if you're looking to know what your card is, just go to the website at the top of this chat and click on that, and you could just find your birth card. Lisa says, I just read my mom's card, 2 of diamonds. It's nothing like her at all. Not one thing sounded like her personality. I would you'd have to give it to her and ask her to read it. See, what you see is a little different, but if your mom read it, what would she say? I would give it to your mom. And then it's not just the 2 of diamonds, it's also going to be the 6 of clubs. The 6 of clubs is the spirit card. So sometimes if the ego card doesn't resonate, you go look at the spirit card, and that may resonate a little bit more. Okay. 6 of clubs, Lisa. That's what her spirit card is. Tommy is asking, do I believe in life after death? I think it's a possibility. The afterlife equals 37, eye in the sky equals 37. How about that? Eye in the sky. It's tied to the eye of providence. The word afterlife is 37. So let me show all of you a fun way to look at afterlife. Life after death, right? So kill it? Huh. I must have killed it. The word afterlife in numerology equals 37, just like the word eye in the sky. So when we take the 37 of Afterlife, and now I want to get a picture for that, I go to the tarot, and the 37th card in the tarot is this one. So what does this card mean? It's the Ace of Hearts. This is the cup that never ends. See the dove cup flying down there? That's the spirit flying into the cup, and the cup's overflowing. So what does the word afterlife mean in numerology tied to the tarot? Reincarnation. So at least this kind of signifies, I'm not saying this is absolute now, but this is one way to interpret it. Afterlife is the Ace of Cups. And if you go read about the Ace of Cups, that cup never ends. It never empties. How do you find the spirit card? You got to look at the charts. So if you don't have the charts, you can email me for the charts. Just send me an email, decodeyourreality at gmail.com. Decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and request them. Say, hey, I'm requesting the charts. Just leave your name, though, at least. Just request the charts, and I'll send them to you. Let me just show you real quick, because if I don't show you, you're not going to know how to use the charts. Hang on. Oh, I unplugged it, so I can't. Let me see if I can do it. Hold on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. So this right here is the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. Okay. To your right is your birth card, otherwise known as your life card. So when you go to that website at the top of the chat, that's pinned by Pamela, it says itsallonthecards.com. It will ask you for your birthday, and it will provide you with your master life card. When you find that card, and you have this chart, you have to email me for the chart. Okay, let's say you are the 4 of clubs. Okay, let's say that's your birth card. Well, then all you have to do is come over to this side under the Master Spirit configuration and locate the card in the same spot, which is right here. So if you're a 4 of clubs, your spirit card is going to be the 5 of clubs. Okay? Some of you there are 3 cards that do not have 2 cards. They just have 1 card. The Jack of Hearts is just the Jack of Hearts. The King of Spades is just the King of Spades. And the 8 of Clubs is just the 8 of Clubs. Those are the 3 fixed cards in this system. For good reason, which is for another story. So I'll do you another example. Like today is the 8 of Diamonds Day. January 19th. The 8 of Diamonds sits over here. You just come over to this and you locate the same spot, and it's the Queen of Spades. So your spirit card, if you're an 8 of Diamonds, is the Queen of Spades. That's it. It's that simple. Now, if you want to know how to do a shortcut with this, it's all on the cards. So when you get to your cards, when you find out your card, at the top here, I hope you guys can see the website address. There's a little shortcut for this. Now, I can't zoom in on this, so you're going to have to probably just really pay attention. But after the website, itsallonthecards.com, there'll be a / there. And after the / there will be your card abbreviated. So this says 4S, and the S means spades. If I go up here and I want to change it to the 4 of clubs, I would just change that S to a C. It has to be in lowercase, and hit enter, and it goes to the 4 of clubs. If I want to change it to the Queen of Spades, I would just remove the 4C and type in Queen S for spades, and it will bring me to the Queen of Spades card. Okay? So that's how you do this. All right? I hope everybody could see that. Yeah, the cards also have little cheat sheets on them. They'll have cards in the bottom left and right hand corners, and that shows you kind of where the card lineages are. Eric Escobar says, what are your thoughts on the 13th Zodiac Ophiuchus and what would be its element? It's so minuscule on the Zodiac wheel. It's a small space on the Zodiac wheel. And there's a lot of ways to measure the Zodiac wheel. The size of the constellations. I mean, you know, if you want to get out of the whole house sign system, like there is the Placidus chart, which I don't really use. I recommend not using that. And then using the whole signs, which is making sure that all 12 Zodiac signs are evenly spaced. And then you have another system which makes the Zodiac signs true to size, and that makes them smaller or bigger. And so it just depends on what you want to use as your astrological system preference. Okay? But there's not, I don't think there's very much information on Ophiuchus. It would actually mimic a lot of Sagittarian energy because that's what it's part of. And so it would be ruled by Jupiter, since Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Japan in the house. I got a friend going to Japan, going to Tokyo. That's cool. It's one of the places I want to visit. Shell, yeah, is asking, is it possible to use 2 birth cards if you were born at night on the cusp of the next day? You can. You could definitely read from both and see which one resonates with you more. Or maybe a mixture of both, you know? Like I'm born at 1:03 a.m., so there's a lot of 7 of spades reference to my code. Tommy says, do I believe in aliens? Underground ones, underground entities. Do I believe in aliens outside of this reality? Perhaps. I mean, I've done Area 51 decoded. You should check out my Area 51 decoded. Alex is asking me about going back 2 months on the cards. Yeah, so there's this layer of reality that I was shown, which I haven't really talked about it much more than what you heard the last time. And that is, you know, before the Gregorian calendar, before the Julian calendar, March was the first month. Which is why you hear a lot of people say, well, March is the new year. If you say it is. But it's the new year in January because it's been celebrated for such a long time. So it has its placement in this reality, and it's not wrong. It's just another day that somebody worships for New Year's on January 1st. Which is celebrating the winter solstice. That's all it is. And then when you get into March, if you want to incorporate March as the first month, well, now you're going to get into the spring equinox around March 20th, which is where the sun is directly overhead of the equator. So if you think that's the new year, great. Then you had the Egyptians celebrating their new year, you know, on September 11th. That's what I've read. I'm just regurgitating that. I can't verify whether or not that's absolute. And that's because that is the fall equinox. But when you remove the Gregorian and Julian calendar referencing points, January and February move backwards to month number 11 and month number 12, and March becomes month number 1. For me, when I changed my life path from an 8 life path to a 9 life path, it was a big game changer for me. And I went back 2 months to December 4th instead of February 4th, and that card became the Ace of Diamonds, which just so happens to be my last name in numerology. So it was a pretty big deal for me, and that made me the 9 life path. And I kind of, I am the hermit. I mean, I do have a lot of 9 life path energy in me. So it made a lot of sense for me to do that. So there is a way to observe your birthday by going back 2 months, doing your life path over. So if you're going to add up the life path is taking all the digits of your birthday and reducing it down to a single digit, but the month would go back 2 months. So you just subtract. So May is actually month number 3. June normally is month number 6. It would be month number 4. September, month number 9. It would be month number 7. Okay? And there's a lot of merit to this. But because you were born under the Gregorian calendar, and because so much magic has been performed with the Gregorian calendar, these life paths have been performed so many times through magic, this element and layer of our reality becomes somewhat true and has merit to it. But if you're like me, and you observe going back 2 months and pushing it back 2 months, it makes a heck of a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense to me. April 1st. Some people say it's Jesus' true birth. I would say if Jesus was a real dude that incarnated, I would say that it would be around the sign of Virgo. So it would be around the month and season of Virgo. Why do I say that? Because Virgo's the Virgin, and the Virgin is tied to the Immaculate Conception. And to cement that, across from Virgo, directly across, is Pisces, which is tied to the fish and the bread and all that stuff, and the ichthys. And so the house number of Pisces and the house number of Virgo are very integral with the birthing of the Christ, if that really was an event that happened. But because it's solar worship, you now have the referencing point in December 25th, which is the winter solstice. And this is this solar event where the sun is born again out of the ecliptic. It rises again because it dies up in the winter solstice area. So now you have a nature, a pagan, I shouldn't even say pagan, but a solar-based holiday. Because I mean, it's not wintertime. If you're in Australia or New Zealand, you're not out skiing. It's summertime. Christmas time is summertime. Right? It's your summer solstice. So it's the solstices that get represented as the holiday to celebrate, and the New Year to celebrate as well. And then the Chinese comes after that. But then you have the equinoxes, which is when the sun's right overhead of the equator during the springtime, which is Easter, which I've already mentioned. Easter, that's why. What is the rabbit? Fertility. Humping. Get out there and hump. Teach your kids how to hump. That's what they eat. What do you think an egg is? Represents fertility. Spring is rising up again. Which is why you have Aries, Aries being Mars. Aries is ruled by Mars. Mars wants to rush in and hump and screw. March, April. Right? Mars time. And this is what these whole things are based on. The damn great beast above. So that's all these New Year's are, folks. And remember, April 1st is the founding date for Apple computers. Did you know that? April 1st. It's the 91st/92nd day of the year. Tied to Lucifer. Tied to Uranus. Tied to Jesus. It's tied to the sun. So these holiday markers are tied to the celestials. They're tied to nature. Right? That's what they're tied to. And then there's all this other meaning behind it that people attach to it with the rituals and the idols and the symbols and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, April 1st being the birth of Jesus, nah. If you're going to fit it into the story of the Virgin Mary, it would be the sign of Virgo, and that's going to be around the month of September. When you read the story of Jesus in the manger, that whole theological Torah-based story, that talks about the farmers were in the fields herding the flocks. Well, you probably would be doing that during the month of December. So it makes a lot of sense, that story. And again, all these stories are written into the script. So there is no like, oh, well, it has to be this way, it has to be that way. They're all written into the script, designed to harvest energy. There's no way you're ever going to figure it out. You're just going to adopt a truth and say, oh, this is what it is. Because you weren't there. We were not there when these events happened. Like if you go to the hospital and you watch your sister give birth to a baby, you were there, you can verify with a 1 + 1 = 2 fact that that baby popped out at such and such a day and such a time. There's no way to verify these characters in the stories, that they actually were real characters, and there's no way to disprove that they were not real characters. But you can certainly verify these characters being tied to the sun and the moon. Absolutely. But Jesus' story, the birth of Jesus, would be around like September, and that would be the fall equinox around September 22nd or 23rd. That's how I have it pegged. When the sun is right over the equator. When that means that the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, they both get equal amounts of light, daylight. It stays light and dark evenly. When it's wintertime, it doesn't do that. The days get shorter, right? When it's summertime, the days get longer because you get more sun in your part of the world. But during the equinoxes, the spring and fall, that is when the sun is directly overhead of the equator. And as it moves like this, a pendulum, this is what it does. It's the dragon, the sine wave. It makes that S wave as it moves across the sky. CJ is asking, do I believe there's life in other planets? I mean, it's possible, but I can't verify it. See, I need to verify. Don't you? I think we want to believe that there is. Because it makes life more interesting. Imagine that there is nothing other than Earth. Imagine there is no other planets, no other species, no other life except here on Earth. Would that change your life? Of course it would. It would completely change your life. You'd eliminate a lot of the possibilities that you've created in your mind. Lisa, can you see my question about the cards and the birthday changing? I thought I already answered that question. Am I missing something? I told you go 2 months back. So if you're the month of June, you would go to the month of April. And you would look at the same card on the same birthday. So if you're June 6th, you go to April 6th. If you're December 12th, you would go to October 12th. And you would look at that card and the day that's associated with, and you would read about it, and you'd verify whether or not that card is true or not for you. If there's a lot of truth to it, if it's really, really resonating with you, then there may be something to follow here for a trail. It's like following that trail. So yes, Lisa, yours would be August 28th, correct. Let me give you guys a little sneak peek of so let me take you a little bit on a sneak peek of my upcoming decode. This is going to be on Patreon only, so you're getting a few slides for the light of the world. Now, there is so much reference to Jesus being the Son, okay? Which is right here. All right, there is so much reference of Jesus being the Son. It's ridiculous. There's more evidence of Jesus being the Son than him being a human being. Okay? So this right here is from the original Greek language in John 8 verses 12, where Jesus himself says, I am the light of the world. And when you do the numerology from its original language and you get the total, it's 226, and that just so happens, coincidentally, to be the most abundant isotope of the element called radium. The abbreviation for radium is Ra. And the protons for Ra is 88. And when you say 88 in Chaldean numerology, it becomes 36. And why is this important? Because Jesus Christ is 36 in that same cipher. Okay? Same cipher. And then you get into this slide, which this is on my social media. I posted this years ago. And this is the bride and the groom, or the groom and the bride. And this is the shape the sun makes as it moves across the sky, the analemma, as does the moon. And the total numerology for the numbers that these come out to is 88, which is exactly the shapes that these things make, which is tied to the numerology of light of the world. This is why in Psalms 84, verses 11, in the Old Testament, the Lord God says, I am a sun and shield. And the shield obviously is a referencing point to the moon. This is where you're going to get eclipses. So I have this decode coming out, and what I will be doing with this decode is I will show you that on the periodic table, there are certain words that you can spell out perfectly. And this is one of them. This is the appropriate spelling of Jesus from the original language of where the story came from, which is Greek. Roman Greek. The Roman Catholic Church and the Greeks. And this spells out, and you could do so much with this. I'm not going to show you anything beyond this. This will be for the decode. But when you spell this out, and you add up all this stuff, and you connect the dots to the sine and cosine wave, and the golden ratio, and pi and phi, and all that stuff, you'll start to see the truth emerge of what this character means. Because if you study these elements, these are so important in our reality. Some of these elements are essential for you to live your life. Some of these, like the 6 most important elements, the chemical elements, oxygen and nitrogen and carbon and hydrogen and phosphorus. These are important elements that make up what it means to be a human being. And they're tied to the sun, folks. So when Jesus says, when you walk on water, yeah, the sun's walking on water, as does the moon. And I'm telling you right now, Jesus is tied to Lucifer, okay? That's just the way it is. I'm going to support it. As I have done already, if you go watch my Sun Devil, I mean, it's the proof's in the pudding there. Okay? So that's something that's going to be coming out on Patreon. So if you want to watch, if you're going to want to watch it, I have a lot of big decodes on Patreon. A lot of big ones. So you're not going to find them on YouTube. The other word that you can spell out with the periodic table is Lucifer. You can spell Lucifer out on the periodic table. How about that? Coincidental? Ra has its own element, 88. Tied to the 226. And then Jesus and Lucifer you can spell out with the periodic table. Not a coincidence, folks. This is the code that runs the operating system called life. This is what you're not going to hear somebody on a Sunday morning trying to teach you from a book, trying to interpret words. Behind the words are letters, numbers, and symbols, specifically numbers. Those numbers are the boss of the interpretation that you're getting on a Sunday morning. Okay? Like the universe, like my friend John Petrie used to say, the universe can't exist without numbers, but numbers can exist without the universe. And it's so true. Everything can be measured with numbers. You grab your cell phone. I can measure the dimensions of the cell phone. I can put it on a scale. I can find a number. It's going to tell me the weight of it. I can open this thing up and I can number all the parts that make up this phone. I can tell you the dimensions of the camera. Numbers, 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 numbers. This is the final product that you call a cell phone. Behind this are numbers that make up the phone itself. Even the phone has what's called an operating system that runs this final product. Behind the physicality of this product are atoms And atoms are tied to photons. Photons of light, protons. Elements on the periodic table, numbers. That's why when if you're an HTML coder, you write your code. The code writes the operating system. This reality works like a computer. If you want to say God wrote this reality, great. It wrote it in code. That's why the Bible has 66 books. It's all numbers. It's all based in numbers, folks. So if you're interested in the final product, that's cool. I'm interested in the code bot that makes up the final product. I'm reverse engineering it. I'm decoding it. You're seeing the code expressed. I'm decoding this to figure out what's the operating system that makes this thing up. That's what I'm doing with life. Trying to find something for all of you. I think I have it. Looking at your comments. Jason says, I agree, Jesus is tied to Lucifer with the sun being the main connection, but they are not the same being. If they were, that would mean Jesus rules the hell realms like the Clipper. Well, I never said that Jesus and Lucifer are exactly the same. They have the same roles. You have the black sun and the white sun. Simplify your life. The Kabbalah is a system. Get rid of that system for a minute. Simplify your life. Look at nature. You have Earth, the black sun, and you have the white sun above. They have a contract. The underworld is the black sun. Is Lucifer the black sun? Maybe. But consider this. In Isaiah 14 verses 12, now Lucifer, keep in mind, Lucifer is a Latin name and idea. Okay? It's a Latin name. If you go research the original scripture, it is not Lucifer, it is hell. Might as well just call it like it is. It's hell, H-Y-L-L. Some people put the vowels in there and they say it's Halil. If you say so, but there's, in the Hebrew, it's H-Y-L-L, hell. So now you have the referencing point to hell. And then you'd have to figure out, what is hell? Is it below your feet, or is it this earth that we're living on? And then you would have to take into consideration what it says in that scripture, where it says he's the son of the morning. Well, another word for morning is dawn. The morning time is the dawn. And the element on the periodic table that is connected to dawn is raw dawn, ray dawn. Raw dawn is tied to the rising of the sun. And raw dawn is radiation. Raw dawn comes out through granite. It comes up through granite, which I would believe is one of the reasons why the Great Pyramid of Giza is made with limestone and granite. Raw dawn is a product of radium. Radium being raw. So you can chalk it up to Ra the sun and Earth the black sun. Yes, you can. I just try to eliminate as many layers as I can and go just the basic, just forget the system, the tarot, the Kabbalah, all that. Forget all that. Forget the Sephiroth. Forget all that stuff. That's just more layers that confuse the basic fundamentals of this reality. The basic fundamentals is every day I can see a sun that shines, and every day I can see an earth that collects the sun's energy. And there's a contract between those two that is undeniable. And everything that dies collects in the dirt. And the dirt and the sun have a contract, and it's an ecosystem. So then when you get out of the basics, and then you start to add on these systems, then you start to add on these systems that get very complex. The Bible being one of them. So in Isaiah 14 verses 12, when it says Lucifer, the son of the morning, that's the rising of the sun. That's why there's reference to the sun. That's why John Wick had to climb 222 steps. 222 is tied to radon, raw dawn. Radon has a weight of 222. And those steps are actually in Paris, which climbed to the basilica, to the church. And in John Wick 4, he had to get there at 6:03 a.m. because that's the rising of the sun. And the rising of the sun is tied to Aries because Aries is tied to Mars, and that's why he went up to the duel and to do the shootout, because that is all about Mars and war and killing. But the sun was rising at that time. So when it says Lucifer, the son of the morning, it's tied to the rising of the sun, number one. It's tied to Mars energy, which is war, which is why Mars is tied to Pluto. And it's also tied to fire, which is a reference to the sun. So when the scripture, Isaiah 14 verses 12, when it says that you will weaken the nations, what does that mean? What does weaken the nations mean? Well, it can mean several things, obviously. Number one, what does radiation do? What does radiation from that sun do? It's capable of killing you. If you get radiation poisoning, you get sunburn. The sun will oxidize paint. It will completely bleach the car. It will evaporate you. And too much sun exposure is too much radiation. So the weakening of the nations is the sun with its radiation, which is why the sun's tied to the devil. Now when the sun goes away or under into the underworld, the sun is still shining, but it is not shining in an area where you can see it, but it's still shining. And this is where you're going to get referencing to the underworld part. But when you add all these layers, and I'm not, again, Jason, I'm not saying that the Sephiroth and the Clip-Off and all these don't have merit. They do. But they are layers upon layers. If we just set those layers aside, focus on the nature, the real aspects of nature and the periodic table, because that's the simplified version of it. It's radium, it's radon, and it's the radiation. And it's the sun shining. Which is why some of these verses in Revelation talk about the sun going out. Well, that kind of talks about the devil going into the abyss for 1,000 years. Which is why the sun is tied to the devil. So that's just kind of how I have it pegged. I mean, when you simplify life and you get out of all these systems and Kabbalah, you add on all these layers and it gets so complex and it can get so diluted and so watered down. And there's this and there's Marduk and then there's this one and then Bina and like all these. Every time you add on a Sephiroth, it gets that much more complicated and that much more complicated and that much more complicated. If you just remove all that and simplify your life, it gets so much easier to kind of really have a base understanding of how this. I think so, anyway. And I'm not taking away the fact that could Lucifer be the devil in the underworld, the black sun? Yeah, of course. But the black sun is essential for the white sun. The white sun can't shine without it. Earth is the black sun. I mean, she doesn't give off any of her own light. And when you have the sun above, shining down on Earth, things grow. This is why Earth is an egg, and Earth gives birth to an embryo. Just like when a chicken sits on an egg, and it activates the embryo in the chicken, it's the same thing with Earth. The sun is activating an embryo here. We're creating something. This is why the story in Greek mythology was that Uranus and Gaia gave birth to the other celestials. Which just may be, those are all embryos that have developed into adults. And the planets they used to be babies. And now they're adults. And they're growing and they're aging just like you and I are. Just like we do. And maybe, just maybe, every age in astrology, mankind contributes to the birthing of a new celestial that pops out into space. I this is purely theoretical, and I'm going very, very abstract here, but it's very possible that it works this way. I think Earth is an egg. I've said this so many times. That's why an egg yolk is yellow, because the egg is so below from the Earth. These are all repeating patterns. This is what I'm saying. This is why you can take anything and connect it to everything. Eventually, it will connect. It's like a branch. It's like the tree trunk and all the branches. That's life. And there's copycats in this reality. Not saying that there's things that are being copycatted. I'm saying is that when whatever created this reality created things, it's a mimicker. It mimics things. That's why you'll see the golden spiral in nature everywhere, because all these things are mimicking the golden spiral. The golden spiral's in your brain. It's mimicked by the golden spiral, which is the golden ratio. And that mimicking can be measured with the number and the formulas. I don't know if this is 432 for frequency. Immortal Errant. TJ says, I think Aurum is false light. Okay. Some of you have great things to share, but just it's very like I get people emailing me stuff all the time, and it's like they're trying to tell me their story in an email, and then they're trying to. Some of them actually they take a picture of what they've drawn. I don't know what you're talking about. I would love to be able to know what you're talking about, but I just can't. I can't see it. I'm not a fan of email. Is my least favorite way to communicate. I honestly can't stand emails. I have to use them to do my readings through, to answer through Cosmic Sugar when people request readings. That's just part of the business. But sitting, like, the emails I get from people, and I appreciate all of them, but it's so challenging to get to understand people's points. It's so hard sometimes. So I encourage people, I'm like, why don't you start making videos? Like, type out what you just typed out, what you typed out to me. Now just open your phone and open your voice recorder and read everything that you just wrote to me. Just read it into your voice recorder. You don't need a special microphone. And then you upload that to your YouTube channel and you just add some pictures to it. It's not hard, it's really easy. It's not that complicated. Some of you have brilliant, genius ideas and you don't share them. I'm not saying you have to. Maybe you don't want to. That's totally fine, it's your journey. But some of you have great, genius ideas and you should be sharing them. I think you should. But who am I? I mean, my opinion is meaningless. So I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm simply suggesting to you of what you could do if you really feel passionate about these ideas you have. And I mean, you could be downloading some really genius shit from Source Energy and you're just not sharing it with anybody, or you're not being able to reciprocate it and put it out into the world. You're not being able to narrate it. You know, I know some of you get frustrated, like, oh, I can't tell you what I mean. It's so hard for me to articulate my words. Okay. Just do your best. But reading an email with like 1,000 words and then trying to look at a photograph that you sent, it's like, I don't know what I'm even looking at. I honestly don't. It's very tough. And that's why, like, if you look at my YouTube channel, it's like night or day. Like, you go all the way back to some of my videos when I first started this channel in 2018, and it's night and day. I mean, my videos are way better and more, they're easier to understand. They're connected. It's so easy to see this stuff now. So if you have stuff to share, just start somewhere. Like, it's going to get better, I promise. What you start today is not going to be anything different, anything like what it will be next year and the year after. And who knows, man, you could save the world one day with your knowledge. You know, like I said, some of you have so many great genius ideas, and I know you do. And you're not sharing them. You know? Lucy Rose is saying, Logan, sounds like you're a Sunset Aquarius. Well, in tropical I am, but in Vedic sidereal I'm not. I'm a Capricorn. So when people say, what's your sun sign? I'm a Capricorn Aquarius. And then, well, which is it? It's both. Capricorn sits right next to Aquarius, so they bleed into one another. That's why you'll see some of these traits are the same. But it's not just the sun sign. It's all of them. It's all 12 zodiac signs. My moon is in Aquarius in Vedic. My moon is in Aquarius in tropical. So that moon is a very big position for me. And the moon is the way we feel about things. And the Mercury is the way you think about things. And my Mercury is in Capricorn. And it's also in Aquarius. I have a lot of Capricorn Aquarius energy in my charts. And then my rising is Libra and Scorpio. And those two are very similar. I mean, look, folks, you know, like, don't compare what you want to produce against my. I know you're going to do it anyway, but I'm going to just lovingly, kindly suggest to you that when I started creating my Decode Your Reality channel, I didn't create it because I was trying to compete against somebody. I didn't create it because I was trying to compete against somebody. I created it because I was trying to create my Decode Your Reality channel. I didn't create it because I was trying to compete against somebody. I didn't create it because I was trying to compete against somebody. I I created it because instinctively and intuitively I knew that's what I was supposed to do. And if I go all the way back to when I started decoding in 2012, I was still asleep back then. So don't cut yourself short on the information that you have to bring to the table. Because some of you, like I said, are geniuses, and you're not. You're holding back. I get it. You know, because it's all about looking good. I totally get that. Life's about looking good. You know, thank you, Werner Erhard. When's the next green box detox? I've been thinking about that. I would imagine I'm going to probably run that in the spring. Because watermelon, I'm going to change it up a little bit with the green box detox. And I'm going to be including some watermelon and stuff like that. And I want to be able to have some people be able to have access to that. So the springtime is probably the next project. That would be Green Box Detox 3. So Eric says, I have a moon in Gemini in both, which makes you emotionally curious about life. And then you're a king of clubs. So if you're a king, spirit or ego card, that sits in the middle. The king of clubs is going to sit in the middle of the chart, which is going to represent Jesus, the king. And then the spirit card to the king of clubs is the two of spades. That card is tied to the Akashic records. TJ said I sound so innocent back in my earlier videos. Yeah, and keep in mind, TJ, I didn't have my microphone set up, so the sound now, not this sound, because I'm using a microphone it's not a dynamic microphone right now, so it's a little echoey. But in my studio in Mexico, I have my setup there, which is professional. You know, so the sound is very much different. So that makes a difference as well. But yeah, back in the day, I was probably a little bit more fun and, you know, excited about the information that I was showing. Dawn says we live on a corpse, 1000%. It's a never-ending corpse. So make sure you get out there, take off your socks, and put your feet in the dirt. Stand on top of the corpse. Coincidence theorist says that, talking about sex, how big of a role it plays. It's one of the biggest roles. I'm not saying it's the biggest role, but man, folks, again, basics now. Sex starts with the letter S. This is called the cornerstone in numerology. The rudder of the ship, if you will. The E and the X is the ship, and the S is the rudder that navigates the E and the X. Sex is S, which is also the first letter in the word sin, as in sine wave. And the letter S is the shape that the sun makes as it moves through the sky. It's the sun becoming. It's that simple. Someone's asking me, do I attend the Anacapulco the Jeff Berwick event. When I was with Jason Bashir's in Mexico, in San Diego, he was telling me about it. He was thinking about doing it because what's his name from Crow House, who I got to meet, did the event in San Diego. He had mentioned to me, hey man, there's this event in Acapulco. Are you interested? And I'm like, yeah, because they need speakers. Okay. So I was all for it. And then I guess Jason said, nah, I'm not going to go. So that fell through. But I don't know if I'm going to go. If I got signed up to go as a speaker, yeah, of course I would go. But I don't know if I'm going to go. I got so much going on in February. I don't even know if they're even doing it because of the hurricane that went through there. The U channel is at Logan, where's your Chiron? My Chiron is in my 6th house. It's not just in my 6th house, it's in the sign of Pisces in the 6th house. And it's not just in the 6th house through Pisces, it's in the 26th nakshatra. And it's crazy because for about, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, I suffered from anemia. Didn't know it. And anemia is the blood. And iron on the periodic table is element 26. And my Chiron is in my 26th nakshatra, which is in my 6th house of health. So crazy for me. Medically, like I could see it. Like sometimes you can find medical shit on your astrological chart. It's pretty uncanny. So how do I deal with it? I just deal with it. I mean, Chiron is not, to me, as a practitioner of astrology, when I look at someone's astrological chart, we look at the Chiron and we look at the definitions of Chiron. 6th house, of course, is family. I don't have any of that really. I mean, I got family, but I don't have a husband. I don't have a wife or kids or anything like that. But then it's also tied to the house of health. Well, yeah, I've had some of those issues now. I'm not what I was 20 years ago. I was bulletproof 20 years ago. Not anymore. But then it's in the sign of Pisces. And my Pisces is the mystical sign. So we now have the Lover's card. So it's not just about health and wellness. It's also tied to being a human being. Helping people become a mystic on their own through Pisces. Chiron sometimes can be a catalyst, not just a wound. You can actually be a catalyst for other people's wounds. That's what I found as a practitioner. Oh, they're doing the Acapulco event. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, I would go if I got invited to speak, but I don't know if I'm gonna go. But Jordan in the house. Jordan says, shout out to Sex for making this life possible. Absolutely. Big shout out to humping. Yeah, I would go to Jeff Berwick's event. He knows who I am, I believe. I think he's mentioned me in some videos. I would go, but I don't have any contacts. So if it happens, if I get invited, I would maybe make it work. I don't even know the dates. What is it, like the end of February? I don't know. But it would be cool to go speak there. A lot of big names, I think, there. Tim says we all mystic, absolutely. So TJ is talking about sex. We're still on the topic of sex here. He's talking about the decode I did on the vision, Daniel's vision, but he's talking about the alchemology of, and then you got the sex is 519. 2, 4. How do you get that? Oh, you're doing the alchemology of it? I don't know, but anyway, 519 is tied to the sun. Because 159 is tied to the sun. And it's not just saying that, but it's tied to Lucifer. Why is it tied to Lucifer? Because Lucifer is called the son of the morning. And if you go to the Hebrew spelling from Isaiah 14 verses 12, and you convert son of the morning into numerology through Hebrew, you're going to get 65. And the 65th element is terbium. And terbium has an isotope called 159. And 159 is tied to the sun, the rising of the sun. And if you're converting it into sex, well, now you know. Jane says, if Alex Jones invite all the truthers, would you go? If I got invited to go by Alex Jones, would I go? Absolutely. Why not? I think it'd be fun. Because I'm different now. I go to there and I just watch these characters and I'm like, it's a pretty, like I wouldn't want, like that must be a pretty tough code to live through. Like Alex Jones, that's a hellish code to live through, don't you think? That's get all the indictments and the legal issues, like that's a nightmare code. That makes me grateful that I don't have that. I don't know how you view it, but that's how I view it. That 911, man. Ooh, the 119, the 911, the numbers that it's tied to the sun. It just keeps going back. I'm telling you, folks, it's just the sun and tin, the 50th element. And if you know like a thing or two about alchemy, like when they make bells, like the bells that they ring on top of churches, those bells are probably made with an alloy of tin and copper. It's like 80% copper and 20% tin. And if you know a thing or two about tin and copper, tin is 50 and copper is 29. 50 and 29 is 79. That's gold. That alloy is very interesting. Alchemically, it's very interesting, especially with copper, because copper is 29 and 29 is tied to the ribonucleic acid. It's tied to the sun. Copper is very conductive. The only element that's more conductive than copper is silver. But copper's cheaper. It's a commodity traded, as is silver. Is palm reading part of your reading your code? Yeah, if you get into that stuff. I'm very ignorant in palm reading, so I couldn't tell you. Harvest video, TJ, you said the best words when you did the constellation. Okay. Right, let's see if I can pull up Let me give you guys a sneak peek of I have another deco coming out called Eye of Providence. It's copper improved water. I have a copper vessel that I have in Mexico, and I drink out of it every day. Supposed to. Can I do a decode on the pyramids? Yeah, I have a decode coming out on that. Let me see if I can't. A lot of people waiting for this too. Hold on. Do I have it here? I don't know if I even have it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know where it's at. All right, let me give you guys a sneak peek on this, which is the this will be on Patreon as well. It's not going to be on YouTube. So when you see somebody do this, right? Does it mean evil? Well, if you watch, see, I just came out with my 14 decoded, and the OK symbol's tied to the number 14. It's on the Patreon. So you would know what the symbol means right here. But you see, the Eye of Providence, why is it on the back of the dollar bill? Do you think they know a thing or two about a thing or two? The people that created the dollar bill? What does this eye mean right here? Well, it's tied to the jackpot. 777. Why is this so big? Well, 3 sevens is 21, and the word Helios in the Greek is 21. In the Greek spelling of Helios, which is the sun, it's 21. 7 plus 7 plus 7 is 21. You see that 72 right there. Then you get into the 72 angels and demons. 72 names of God. And then you get into the Christ. Right here. It's just really simple to see this. This right here is the original spelling for Jesus Christos, where it originally came from. So yes, you can break it down into the English language and it is going to give you a different meaning. But when you go to the origin of it, you have Jesus Christos. Okay? And this is the numerology that you get with Jesus Christos, which is going to reduce down to the 6 and the 4, which is the element gadolinium, which is the God element. But when you leave it in its reduced format, it's 24 and 22. And when we bring alchemology into this, we have the Jesus tied to the element chromium. And chromium is tied to the word chroma, which is the Greek word for color. So this is the sun becoming. And this is the 24th card in the tarot to give you the picture. It's the 2 of Wands. And this individual is holding on to the wand here to the left, and this wand to me is the sun, and this one is the moon. And you can even say this is Boaz and Yachin, or Yachin and Boaz, whatever. But you can clearly see the hands on this one. So it's on the left pillar, and it's holding the world in the palm of its hands. So this is light, Jesus, coming down to play the game, and now you have the world in the palm of your hands. This is the card of the futurist. This is the birth card of Elon Musk. It's the birth card of Philip K. Dick, who wrote the series Minority Report and many other big cyberpunk movies, Minority Report and Total Recall. And chromium has an isotope of 52. Between its protons and neutrons, it's 52, and that's prison planet. That's what this means. That's why chromium, when you go to the periodic table, you'll see a skull with wings. And then Christos is a 22. And that's tied to alchemology, titanium. And titanium is tied to the Titans, the sons and daughters of Earth. It's going to have a weight of 48. 48 is tied to the tree of life. You see? So Jesus Christos means the futurist and the fool. It's the sun wanting to come down and become a human being, and now it is trapped inside this place called Earth. And the only escape is death. And the 22nd card in the tarot, the hidden card, is the Fool. And this is why this is so important. Because gold, the sun, is tied to the number 22 through mathematics. 79 being the 22nd prime number, and there's that Fool, you see? So this is why I know for sure that Jesus is tied to the sun. There is no doubt about it. There is no, well, maybe, I don't know. No, it's absolutely the sun. Now, is he a real guy? Did he really incarnate? Well, there's reference to it here as him incarnating into the Fool and being a Titan on the earth, which is going to be tied to Kronos, and it's going to be tied to Lucifer and the whole shebang. But clearly, ladies and gentlemen, the Eye of Providence is tied to the 777, and you can see 7 is 24, just like the word Jesus. This is why you have 7 chakras, and the 7th chakra is the crown. Jesus wore the crown. You see? So when you get all these layers and pictures and you start to properly decode this stuff using the measures here that give you the saw, the hammer, the screwdriver, instead of just using the saw, you start to have a truth that emerges that is very much in your face. There's kind of really no doubt about it anymore. And this is what we're playing out. This is Genesis 2 verses 7, where God breathed into the nostrils of man, and man became a living being. That's the sun, that is the oxygen, and that is the dirt, the titanium dirt beneath your feet, which, as someone stated, it's the corpse. It's all dead things being brought back to life here. Okay? So I got that decode coming out. That's going to be on Patreon, and I also have the Fool decoded. That's part of the Fool decode, but that's Eye of Providence. Okay. Someone's asking, is masturbation bad for spirituality? My answer, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, I got to tell you, I'll just give you this. I'll be really authentic and transparent with you. I know certain people personally, and I've done countless decodes through astrology. But I'm going to talk about the people personally. I know people personally that if they don't release, they're in pain. They get in pain. So are you going to be that person to say, "Oh, you're wrong for doing that"? I'm in freaking pain, dude. I ain't doing this for gratification. I'm doing it so I don't have to be in pain anymore. So you mean to tell me my code's wrong because you think it's wrong to masturbate? Get the hell out of here, man. That's why it's not a cookie cutter way to salvation, ladies and gentlemen. There's no possible way there's a cookie cutter way. No way. That's why, like this whole, we talked about the semen retention and all that stuff. Just if you're dumping a nut every day, and you think you're not going to be as spiritual as another person, that's nonsense. I don't buy into that crap. I know people that do it and they're very, very well awake and have shit coming in. They're very good people. So I'm not going to buy into this, the chrism goes up and you'll be this and you, no. I'm not going to buy into that. Because I know plenty of people that they don't live that way and they're very enlightened. It's all going to come down to what you believe. So I'm not, I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm telling you what I believe. I'm not saying it has to be true for you. I know, and again, I know Santos says yes, but I totally, wholeheartedly disagree with Santos. I totally do not agree with him. And I have that right to disagree. Doesn't mean that I'm right over his truth. That's his truth. So please don't take my words out of character here. I'm not saying that he's wrong. Listen, I'm a fan of his work, not of late. I don't resonate with his character as of late, but Santos he has paid his dues, and his information that way back in the day, amazing information. So that's the information I love. But I don't agree with him on everything, but I mean, why would I? He doesn't agree with everything I say. So please don't take my words out of context. Like if Logan said, no. I said that my truth is different than his, and his truth is different than mine on this topic. MP is asking. I've had a few. Why don't I don't do super chats. I don't monetize my channel here for various reasons. I just don't. So if you want to donate, go become a Patreon. You'll at least get something for what you want to donate. And I appreciate it. I really do. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate the gesture of wanting to add a super chat. But I don't do super chats. So. Wood Train Riders DG, that's an interesting avatar name, is asking me, where do you believe you will go when you pass away, Logan? My answer is, I have no freaking idea. No idea. I don't. I have some possible ideas, but nothing cemented. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I think everybody's ignorant in that answer. You can have vision after vision. I have dream after dream. Doesn't mean my dreams are going to come true. They're dreams. Right? So, that's just my stance on it. I just don't know. Someone's asking about element 67. I love it. Well, it's tied to the sun. Let me show you. it's easier for me to show you with the cards. 67. So if you have 67 reduces down to the 13. The word soul, as in sun, equals 13. 13 is the death card. The word death equals 19. And the 19th card in the tarot is the sun. So what do you think the pale horse rider is? So there's that one. I'm going to show you the lineages of mathematics with the tarot now. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. The lineage of the cards. Hold on, folks. There we go. Okay, so we have the 67. The 67th card in the tarot is the Three of Pentacles. Okay? So the Three of Pentacles, this card right here, this is the 67th card. This is tied to holmium. Now this card is the apprentice. It means the apprentice. And any three is the pulse of light, the diamagnetic pulse of light, and the transverse electromagnetic wave that chases after it. 3, which is where you're going to get this. Okay? It's the apprentice, card 67. Donald Trump's birth card. And then the 67 in mathematics is the 19th prime number. Now, obviously, it's kind of out of order a little bit because the major arcana and the minor arcana, they don't really go hand in hand when it comes to the ordering system of this. Because it should be the sun birthing that Three of Pentacles. 67 and 19 tied to the primes. This is the 67 and 19 in the tarot. This Three of Diamonds tied to holmium and the Three of Pentacles is the Three of Diamonds. This is card 29. It's tied to copper. And again, copper is the second most conductive element for electricity besides silver. But 29 is tied to the word ribonucleic acid. And ribonucleic acid is what programs deoxyribonucleic acid. It's like a messenger. So what this is saying is the sun becomes the messenger, and it incarnates into an apprentice. And it becomes that Three of Diamonds. That's what the 67 means through the tarot. It's pretty fascinating. Someone mentioned blood over intent. Well, I haven't heard that in a while. I've never done that ritual. I actually, I spoke with, what's his name, Mark? Can't remember the guy who really blew that up. He's an Aquarian. I actually spoke to him on the phone several times years ago. He's an interesting guy. He's an interesting guy. What does the Volkswagen logo mean? Well, what's their meaning of it? That's the big question. I mean, you could put the circle around it. You get the Rodin's circle. Well, you're going to get the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, and then you're going to get, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 24875, and then you get the 369 there. I had done this. I don't remember what decode it's in, but it's in one of my decodes years ago when I brought that out. It may be in my Architect of the Universe, actually. I think it's in that one, the very first one I did. But let's just look at the letter V and the letter W. V is 22, W is 23. 22 and 23 is 45. 45 is tied to the word Pandora's box. 45 is tied to the words fallen angels. 45 is tied to Venus. So the V and then the W are very significant. The V is tied to the sun. So is the W. They're both tied to the sun. Yep, and it's rib, the rib of Adam, creating Eve. The rib, the ribonucleic, creating the deoxyribonucleic acid. Demon, deoxy. That's why you're a little devil. All of you are little devils down here. You be the best little devil you can be. That's it. All is one. Will you ever be in the U.S. again? Yeah, I will. My goal is to go on tour this year, but we'll see what happens. I got to get back to Mexico. My time short here in Colombia. I have about 10 days left, and I'm excited to get back to Mexico, but I got a lot going on. Jam-packed February. I mean, I'm booked out until March, so like it's about busy. It's busy. And then I got my Logan time. I got to get to the beach. I got to get my grounding. I got to get in the water. All that kind of stuff. Mammoth Minds asks, are you an Aquarian? I'm all 12 signs. All 12. As are you. So am I an Aquarian? Yeah. But I'm all 12 signs. Hawkeye's asking me about Mandela effects. I've said this before. I think that the Mandela effect is happening because we're crossing over from one age to the next. And there's also this possibility of people awakening up to the code. And it's going haywire now. And what we're all doing is as I've said this, we're all decoding ourselves home. You think about it. We all have the internet now. Everybody's creating videos. Everybody's decoding. Everybody's putting the puzzle together. And as we put the puzzle together and connect all these things, stuff starts to go on. And I just think a lot of it has to do with the changing of the guards with these ages that we're moving into. That may even be because CERN is digging into the quantum realm, having sex with the quantum realm. I mean, large hadron collider equals 66, tied to sex. Eric, what's up, Rodney? Am I going to spend some time at Mel's place at Staying Alive? I was going to go there. I was going to go there and spend a month in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I was going to get an Airbnb and just go to his center every day. I'm still considering that, but I just got so much going on now. I don't know if I'm going to make that, because I'd want to just disconnect for a month, you know. So I'm not sure if that's going to be on. I got this course coming. This course I'm working on. Everybody wants me this course and trying to figure out how to do all this. It's a lot, but it's fun. Come to Salt Lake City. I love Utah. Utah's awesome. Mammoth Mind says all 12 signs because we have to reincarnate through each. No, because if I pull up an astrological map for each and every one of you, you're going to have all 12 signs. All of you are going to have all 12 houses. You don't have to have a planet in the house to actually have an energy living through that house. So that's why I say you're all 12. People say, oh, what's your sun sign? That's beginner stuff. That's fun, but I'm all 12 with some energy, directly in certain houses that dominate my chart. Capricorn, Aquarius. I have more Capricorn than anything. Saturn, Chronos, time. And then my chart ruler is Uranus. 29 degrees in the 12th house. So there's that. Yeah, Lucy says if you add on the asteroids, you probably won't have any empty houses. That's probably true. But even if you have an empty house, there's a zodiac sign there, and there's probably something across from it. So there's going to be a symbiotic relationship with these houses that are across from one another as well. Each house, no matter if there's a celestial there or not, the zodiac sign is going to play out. So we're all 12. Someone says my name number is 67. Well, the number 67, what does the number 67 mean? Well, separate the two. See, a good idea for those of you that want to know how to decode is just get a book on numerology and study the numbers. And you don't even have to do that. If you want to really, I'm on a budget, I don't want to buy a book, let me show you what you should do. You go to this, you go to your favorite search engine, right? Okay. And then you type in any number you want, 5, and you type in affinity numerology. This website right here is awesome. Okay? Affinity numerology, affinitynumerology.com. So all you have to do is go to your favorite search engine, type in whatever number that you want, 67, and affinity numerology, and there it is. Bam! And then just read about it. It's pretty accurate. It's basic, but it's accurate. And then you come down here and it'll separate the numbers. It'll give you the graph, okay, of what energy. 67, the 6 gets more than the 7 because it's 60 and then the 7. And then these give all their energy to the 4 because 6 plus 7 is 13 and 1 plus 3 is 4. So then you can click on the individual numbers and you can read about what the number 4 means. Kind of as the boss of the 67 or the subordinate to the number 4. Okay? That's how you do it. Really simple. Hey, is Pluto going in the underworld? Pluto's in Capricorn. Pluto's in Capricorn till 2039. So it just depends on what month you want, how you observe the charts. A lot of people like to take the month, like to take the astrological sign that's currently for the birthday. So Capricorn right now is the birth sign, and that you could move that to the rising position. And Pluto is in Capricorn, so technically it would be just above the equator, just above the ecliptic right now. If you take a Capricorn and you move it to the rising sign position. If you take the current chart of right now and you plug it into the astrological map and you look at it, it's going to go around and around. All right? But the fixed position of Pluto, that's going to be the determining factor. But Pluto is in Capricorn until 2039. It is not in Aquarius. It will not be there for another, 20 years. Jason says he's getting 69. Yeah, 69's tied to the sun. You saw it in my scripted reality number 17, where it sits in the golden ratio. It's tied to our blood. Tied to deoxyribonucleic acid, which is tied to the sun. Carpenter means metallurgist, says TJ. All right, since we're talking about Pluto, since we have some people here, so we can clarify this. Okay, this right here. So you got to know the difference between tropical and sidereal. Tropical is based off of the seasons and the position of the sun. That's why it's called tropical, because it's dealing with the equinoxes and the solstices. So it's based on seasons. Sidereal astrology is based on the fixed positions of the stars, which is going to give you the accurate position for the planetary positions. So right here is Pluto. This is where Pluto is right now. Aquarius is way over here. You see it anywhere remotely close to Aquarius? It's got to go through, it's just coming into Capricorn right now. This is right now. Okay? 1/20/2024, Pluto. It's not good. I got to go to, watch, I got to go to 2039. Keep your eye on this little marker. Okay, there it is right there, 2038, 2039. There's 2039. Now Capricorn, Pluto is in Aquarius. You see that? 2039. Then you get to 2040, Jason's Phoenix event, and now you have Pluto in Aquarius. Okay? It's not going to be in Aquarius until that time, 2040, 2039. All right. I mean, you could stretch it back a little bit. You can probably even say it'll hit 2035 maybe, but it's Capricorn and it's going to be 2039. Officially, 2039 is when Pluto hits Aquarius. All right. So right now it is not in Aquarius. If you look to tropical and you want to get on board with that tropical train and say Pluto's in Aquarius, and then that's fine. Like, I'm not here to try to twist your arm. I'm just showing you the map of the stars and where Pluto is located at, the fixed positions, where the true location of the stars are. And Pluto will be in Capricorn until 2039. Now Saturn's a different story. Saturn's in Aquarius right now. But you got to take into consideration Pluto just came into Capricorn. And the job of Pluto is to remove deadwood. Now, it's not just Pluto doing it. This is a team effort. But Pluto coming into Capricorn, and I said this earlier, Capricorn represents law, government, structure. Law, government, structure. So Pluto coming into law, government, and structure, what do you think its job is to do to remove? Law, government, and structure. This is why you're going to have revolution. And then you have Saturn in Aquarius. So you look to the transponder, it's called. The transponder, the ruler of Capricorn, is Saturn. So Saturn, let me show you here. Let me back to 2024. Okay, so here's Pluto right here. And Saturn's right here, right in knee deep into Aquarius. Aquarius representing technology. Aquarius representing cryptocurrency. And it's ruled by Uranus. And Uranus is in Taurus right now, I believe. I'll get to that in a second, but Pluto being in Capricorn, just in the beginning stages of it, removing the law, government, and structure, and it will involve technology. So this is why you're going to get the cyber attack that's probably coming. The possibility of that, the transition of digital currency moving into cryptocurrency. Because the functionality of Capricorn is going to be removed by Pluto, and Saturn being in Aquarius is going to be the mainstay of technology and the airwaves and electricity and currency. And then Uranus is the ruler, I say, of Aquarius. Uranus is inside just getting into Taurus. And Taurus represents money and currency. And Uranus, it was right across from Capricorn during the birthing of Bitcoin. Okay? And then you got Jupiter, and Jupiter's in Aries right now, right next to him. His granddaddy and grandson right here. Jupiter in Aries. This, by the way, Jupiter was here during the founding date of the Society of Jesus. September 27, 1540, Jupiter was in Aries, by the way. So, Jupiter's job is to expand through Aries. Aries is Mars. And Uranus is the granddaddy. Uranus is sky. Uranus is the father of cryptocurrency. And it's going to establish itself with Taurus. And this is why the stock market, New York Stock Exchange, was born on May 17, 1792. Because the sun was in Taurus. Okay? Jason's asking, do I think the major stars in each constellation, do they influence our astrological chart? They all do. They all do. Betelgeuse, Rigel, Regulus, and Leo. Leo having the sickle. Yeah, of course. Tropical, okay, so Lucy, to answer your question, tropical is the inevitability. So tropical is based on the seasons and the sun and its position in the equinox and the solstice positions. And it's not the true placement of the stars, so the sun has such a wide range. Okay? It's got such a wide range, but it is about 23 to 24 degrees forward into your chart. So a lot of you here have a double sun sign, like I do. I'm a Capricorn Aquarius sun. And then you also have a double rising sign. Because when you take that 23 degrees and you move it on the wheel, it may change your rising sign. So in tropical for me, I have Scorpio, which you see parts of. And then other parts, I have my rising sign in Libra, which incorporates into my physicality because my body's very symmetrical. It's very Libra energy kind of body. And my rising sign is in the 16th nakshatra, which is the Tower card. Which is I'm a disruptor. I am a major disruptor in this reality. And the 16th nakshatra called Vishaka is the shaman. And that's part of what I am, in a way. Not officially, but part of what I am in a way. Yeah, I mean, Lucy, I'm a fan of both. I'm a fan of both systems. When I do a reading for people, I, my methodology is I use a lot of graphics. I use all the planets. I use pictures. I like to drop and drag, show you the planets in pictures to describe what I'm showing you. But I use the sidereal and tropical side by side. And then you have your tarot cards in there, your playing cards in there, all the planetary positions. We use a lot of visuals to describe and narrate the whole what's going on. And what I found is that Vedic is, if you convert it to the chakras, Vedic astrology is your root, red, and tropical is your crown, where your inevitability. So it depends on where you're at in your life, what season you're at in your life, and what kind of resonation you have. Some people resonate one more with the other. Some people are 50-50. It just depends. And then there are some people who are not going to have any change. They will be a sun in a certain sign no matter what. Their rising sign will be the same because of their birthday. Within that 23, 24 degree marker, it doesn't change. The only thing it will change is the strength of where that sun is. Where, like if you have a sun at 0 degrees or 2 degrees versus a sun that's at like 28 or 29 degrees, that's a big difference. That's like a little baby sun versus a little senior citizen sun. So the 28, 29 degrees, it can get problematic. We know about this with the 28, 29 degrees. It's at the end of its life in that sign, so it gets very wise, it's very refined, but it can be problematic. And then if you have a planet at a 0, 1, 2 degree, it's in its infant, it just got there. So it can become more playful. And if you have a planet at the smack dab in the middle, around 15 degrees, it's in its prime. Right? Well, what does it feel like when you're in your prime as a human being? If you've already passed that stage. Like I would say my prime was maybe 30, 35. You know, what did it feel like when I was bulletproof? That's what I felt like. I don't feel that way anymore. So it's a little different. What is my thoughts on reincarnation? Yeah, I did a decode on it. Watch my decode on it. I mean, is it true? It's possible. Reincarnation is definitely possible. There's a lot of truth that says that it's absolute. So Lucy says you kind of change yeah, you change, yeah, absolutely. When I read charts, I look at the Vedic and I'm very like asking questions, you know, like how does that resonate with you? And then you look to the tropical, you move the position into the tropical, you ask the same questions, and you get a sense. And if the person's obviously wants to tell you the authentic part of it, you start to see. And depending on where you're at in your scheme of things, will determine if you're playing out through your root, or playing out through your crown, playing out through both. Maybe you prefer one more than the other. Some people I've had, they do readings and they just know the tropical doesn't resonate with me at all. And then the same thing has happened with the Vedic, or the Vedic doesn't resonate with them at all. So you have to look at both, I think, as a practitioner. It would be unjust and it would be irresponsible, I feel, to do a reading without both charts side by side and reading from both. And that's why my readings take 3 hours. It's not just astrology, but it's numerology, human design, you know, and looking at the tarot and the cards, and it's a lot of moving parts. So. I mean, you know, like if you look at your chart, where are your celestials? You know, if they're up at the top, well, you got a lot of yang energy, because that's where the rising of the sun, and the sun goes through its 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and it goes through the yang expression of itself. That's why Mars is the rising position, because Mars is like, let's go into war. Let's go have fun and play. Charge. Mars, Aries, fire, right? Because the sun rises. And as it goes through the zodiac signs, the 7 zodiac signs, That's all yang energy. And then when it hits Libra, it's going to balance itself out, and then it drops down into Scorpio, and now it's in the underworld, and it's in yin energy, which is feminine. And I have more of that. The majority of my planetary positions are in the underworld. My sun, my Venus, my Jupiter, my Mercury, and my moon are all in the 4th and 5th house. They're all underworld, which is partly the reason why, I wear black and, just gravitated towards it. So when the moon gets in, when the sun gets into, when the planets get into the underworld, they collect the riches of the underworld. And then when they come out of the underworld, they express those riches in the yang energy. They start to tell the story in the yang energy. So it's very fascinating, astrology is. It's all based on that, and that's the great beast. Tell it like it is. The Zodiac wheel, not only is it your eyeball, but it's the great beast above, and it harvests your energy. That's what it does. Hawkeye says, how do you do readings? I use Zoom. I don't really, the only readings I do in person are tarot card readings. The only reason why I don't do readings in person with a reading with your astrological chart, because I found over the years that when you connect with me on the computer and you're in your living room and you got your headphones on, or however you're going to do it, it's you. I don't even show myself on camera because I don't want you to pay attention to me. I'm going to show you all these graphics. I share my screen with you almost the entire 3 hours. And I like to use a lot of visuals because we think in pictures. So when you are connected to the Zoom and I share my screen and you're looking at your screen and you're hearing my voice, but you're seeing my cursor and you're seeing all the images and all that stuff, it gets you engrossed into the reading. If I got you sitting next to me, it's a different scenario because you're looking at my body this, and I'm moving around, and it's different. But when I got you in the Zoom and you're paying attention to the computer screen and it's being recorded, that's all you're fixated on. There's no distractions. So that's why the only way I'll do them is through the computer. I mean, I've done them for people, obviously friends or whatever, in person. I'll do in-person readings. If someone invites me to a get-together, yeah, man, it's game on. I mean, I'm doing tarot, I'm doing readings. I mean, if anybody's been to a meetup with me, that's what I do. I'm booked out till March, so just so you know, if you want a reading, and March is filling up. I'm not just saying that because that's just the way it is. But if you want a reading, you gotta just email me that first. That's the best way to do it. Email me, decodeyourreality@gmail. Just request it. I'll send you the website, but it's good to have your email with my Decode Your Reality because some of the emails that people send over to me requesting readings from my website, they never reply to me. So I found that if you email me directly, then I refer you to the website. It's a guarantee that you'll see my email. So the first step is just to email me, request it. I mean, let me show all of you. I don't want to open up hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can show you. Hang on 1 second, folks. Hold on 1 second. So when I do a reading, I have both charts side by side. So this is tropical with Vedic here, but I do a lot of, my methodology is I do a lot of dropping and dragging with the planets, so you can see when I talk about these layers. Sometimes I bring Chinese into it as well, but I have your cards of illumination, your tarot, tied to your rising sign position, and then we go through each chart layer by layer, right? So, you know, clearly this person here has a shitload of energy in their first house. So this is a, you know, this tells me right here that this person is here to really pay attention to their lives personally. Like it may be, a lot may be about, you know, working on themselves during this lifetime. And their fallback on is going to be the occult, because their Rahu, their dragon's head, is in the sign of Taurus, and this is kind of a family. So this person may be here to experience life through being married or having children, but they will be very fond of the occult because they have all this energy in Scorpio here, a lot of energy in Scorpio. So when we start to break down the planetary positions, this is what I do. We bring down these planetary positions so you can see while I talk about the sun being in Scorpio. And it's tied to the rising sign too. So this person has a lot of Scorpion energy. This is a guarantee that this person will be attracted to crime and drama. They may attract people that are really trying to get after them. This can be like if you're in relationships, you got to watch out for cheating. You could be a cheater. This could present cheating, infidelity issues here because it's a Scorpio. Venus is here. Their Mars is there. The Mars is there as well. I mean, you got the masculine, feminine there with the sun. You know, so there's a lot of drop and drag and talking a lot about this stuff. And then the rising sign position obviously is going to be tied to the tarot card, which it's not going to be this one, but this is where we find the rising sign. This is going to be the moon card actually, because it's in the 18th nakshatra here. But this is how I do my readings. You know, this is just one graphic that I use, and it's filled up when I do this stuff. So let me just exit out of here. So that's kind of the methodology that I've come up with as a practitioner. And then there's a lot of websites that we open up because I like to use a lot of pictures, a lot of reading, a lot of referencing to see what makes you tick as a human being. Okay. So, I mean, if you get a reading now, you're getting the most advanced techniques and wisdom that I've downloaded, that I've been given at this current stage of time. So, you know, yeah, there's people that want to, that have gotten readings 2 years ago, and is the reading going to give you more information now? Yeah, of course it would, because my level of understanding is much more advanced than it was 2 years ago. I mean, that's like anybody. You know, that's like anybody. So, I mean, you could take your life path, you put your life path in the chart, you can see the life path in there where your spirit is going to play a role out with your ego. You know, your name numerology is your ego, your life path is your spirit. The adversary of your life path is going to be your birth certificate name, your ego. But both are vital to navigate through this game called life. And these guides, these numbers and these astrological positions, they are just guides. But it is your owner's manual. Like when you reach in the glove box of your car and you pull out the owner's manual, that's how you operate the car. The Zodiac sign and the numerology and your birthday, and this is your owner's manual. How you function in this reality. So the reason why I'm bringing out this course is I'm really doing it for the kids. You know, parents, you can decode your kids so you can understand your children a little better. Like if you just birthed into the world an infant, don't you want to know their owner's manual? Because you're going to have to get to know that kid. But the default is going to be through the astrological and the numerology and the tarot cards and the cards of illumination. Those are the basic fundamentals. So when you see your child start to grow up, you see that, and you say, what do you want to be when you grow up? And you're like, I want to be this, and like they have a lot of Scorpio energy or something, right? I want to work for the CIA. Like that Scorpio energy in the first house, that's somebody who has a lot of knowledge in the underworld. Like this is somebody who can be very spiritual, psychic. This is somebody who is geared and driven towards crime and trauma. Being a private detective, that chart I just showed you, that's somebody who could sniff out shit, be a private detective, work for the CIA. So if you have a child and they have all this energy in Scorpio and they're like, I want to work for the FBI, well then you would gently nudge them on that path, because you can see the power they have in Scorpio. You can see it. And bells go off, and then you could say, hey, okay, now you want to go to college, like. Then you get, like, what do you want to do? What do you want to major in? If you decide to take that, you can start to see it in the charts. And then you as a parent can start to teach your children based upon their astrological maps. You can start to have them read about these positions so they can get familiarized with their characteristics. And that's the whole name of the game. It's not the be all end all. It's not like just do that and don't be like a robot. No, because that astrological map is the great beast. That thing's harvesting your energy. So there is this aspect of it's siphoning your energy. And like all that energy in Scorpio that I just showed you, that thing's going to siphon energy in the Scorpio range. So yeah, you would be really good at being a private detective, working for the CIA, working for the FBI, working as a detective in the police department. Yes, you would be very good at that with that placement of Scorpio, all that energy there. Working in the occult, being a practitioner of astrology, numerology, absolutely. These are cheat sheets. These are shortcuts to the process of figuring out your path. That's the beauty in this. That's why it's coming back. That's why in the age of Aquarius, it's all about I know thyself. It's not, hey, just go listen to Father John on Sunday. I'm not poo-pooing on it. Like, it has its place in this reality. So if you're somebody who goes to church and you love it, then keep doing that. But the church is astrology, folks. The Bible is astrology. There's so many scriptures in the Bible that talk about astrology, it's ridiculous. It's all celestial. The whole book is astrology. So if you want to shortcut the process, you study your charts, you study your numerology as a guide, and even you study the great beast above that harvests your energy. When you, like, if you have a lot of energy in Aries, if you got a lot of energy in Aries, like if you got Mars in Aries, or if you have your Sun and Mars in Aries, you're probably a hothead. You're probably like quick to anger. You probably get angry quick. Mars in Aries, Sun in Aries. Hello? So that's going to suck you. It's like it's going to put you in places where it's going to want to push your buttons so it can feed off of you. So what you got to get good at during this lifetime is you need to step back, look at those placements, and say, I'm not doing the Mars thing today. No, you're not. Like, you want to push my buttons, so I'm actually going to be slow to anger instead of quick to anger, and control it. And that may just be the free will in this reality, where you actually can sit back and observe and see these layers coming in and wanting you to be acting on accordance of these energies, and just saying, well, hold on a minute. And that's why I'm bringing into astrology, personally, you're all 12 signs. You want to be a blend of all of them, so you're balanced. I mean, Scorpio, like, I have a really, really good friend of mine who's a Scorpio. I have two really, really good friends that are Scorpio. One of them, is like no nonsense. Scorpios are known for no nonsense. No pulling any punches. You're going to get a fiery blast of a furnace coming at you sometimes, but very loyal, wants the loyalty. Like, Scorpio is very loyal. Can be a very loyal sign, but that doesn't mean it's absolute, because Scorpios do have this liability of cheating. because it is the sign that's known as sex. That's where you're going to get the fallen angel story from. You have the rising of the sun and then the falling of the sun, and the falling of the sun is in Libra, Ra, and then Scorpio is the first sign after the fall of the sun, and you go into the underworld. So this is sex. This is where sex comes in procreation and man, you know, the fallen angels and the lusting and all that stuff. It's Scorpio energy. It's just really easy to see this stuff. Another question on the course. When's the course coming out? Don't have a date yet. Still trying to figure it out. What is the number? 144. What does the number have any significance? It's tied to the sun. It's tied to Prometheus, the Titan who stole fire, sun, and gave it to humans. 144. Tied to the sun. Tied to Jesus, too. 144 is Adam. The word Adam in Hebrew is 144. In Hebrew numerology, the word Adam is a 3-letter word in Hebrew where it originally came from, and it's 144. I'm serious. Adam is 144. What is an atom? Proton, photons, light. Atom is tied to the sun. Forget about the man atom, it's atom, the atom. 144 is tied to atom, it's tied to the sun. And then Atom wanted to chase Eve because Eve chose to bite the apple of wisdom, knowledge, the sin wave. So Eve, the feminine, represents the tomb. The sun has to go down into the tomb and become a player character. Let me show you in the tarot. That's why I say, I just have fun with this. You ladies have all the power. Come on, let's be real. The women have all the power. Let's just be real. The ladies, they get all dolled up. You don't see men. I mean, yeah, I'm saying the average Joe ain't sitting in front of a mirror, putting makeup on, putting the lashes on, putting mascara on, lipstick on. They're not doing that to make themselves sexier. They're not doing that. The women do this to allure the men. This is the fallen angel story, folks. This is the Adam and Eve story. It's just so obvious. And that's not, again, I'm not being some chauvinist. Listen, I'm just telling you how these stories esoterically work. And how I know in the real world, women have all the power. They do. But anyway, this is what it looks like to be Adam and Eve through the tarot. Okay? This is what it looks like to be Adam and Eve right here. See, the sun wants to chase that ass, and it wants to get down and be that star, and wants to hump with the star to procreate. That's why this entire reality is based on procreation. Mostly everything in this reality screws. That's the hilarious part about it. Everybody's out bumping and grinding. So the fallen angel story is right here. The sun becoming the star. You get to be a star down here. When you're born into this world, you are now a star. Star of the show. So this card right here, the 17th card, is tied to in numerology, is tied to the words life, story, yin yang, Jack and Jill, Yod He Vahe, Matrix, and the word tomb. Tomb. The womb is the 19 in numerology. The womb and the tomb. So when Sun says that I'm going to Earth, I'm going to go play that game. See that little baby? That's you. The Sun, you get birthed into this world through the Sun. You become a son of God, son or daughter of God, and you become the star of the show. And this is the tomb. The word tomb equals 17 in numerology, just like the word matrix. Just like the word vagina. Vagina in numerology equals the number 17. I got a penis and vagina decode coming out. Penis is 22. It's tied to the fool. The fool wants to go mate with the vagina, the womb, the tomb. And you are certainly going to face one thing, and that's death. Death is guaranteed. That's why in the Bible it says, if you eat that fruit, you will positively die. Yeah. If you go play that game, you're going to die. So if you want to go and play the game, if you want to incarnate as spirit into this reality, into Earth, the guarantee is you'll die. Because nothing can live forever here in this reality. I mean, the word baby equals 6. That's the lover's card. 6 is carbon. The word baby is the number 6. That's the element carbon, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you are all little devils down here. Carbon is the 666 element. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. 6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18. Jesus and the word Christ equal 18. You are having a Jesus Christ experience. It's called life. And it's all about looking for love. That's what it's about here in this reality. Who can I screw? Who can I get pregnant? Who can impregnate me? I want a family. I want kids. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to create a company. If you're not screwing, if you're not creating offspring, babies, you're creating maybe a company. That's an offspring. You're creating a product. That's an offspring. You're creating a supplement. That's an offspring. You're creating a brand. And if you're not creating a brand, you're supporting a brand. If you have a job, you work for a company, which is a brand, which is an offspring, which is a baby. That's why a lot of people say, that's my baby. It's not they're not their baby, but their company. That's my baby. Or it's their ride, my car, that's my baby. You treat it like a baby. So if it ain't a physical human being that you're giving birth to, it's going to be your ideas. It's going to be something that that you want to accumulate. And essentially, it's what's called fool's gold. Fool's gold, which is materialism. Born from a star to become a star to return as a star. Yep. I would say so. I mean, if you look at the Taurus field, it's going to be it's going to be like this, right? You'll have the centerpiece of the Taurus field, and then you have it coming out of the top and down to the bottom, and vice versa. So, in a sense, you see the electromagnetism, but maybe it goes like this, and it goes, when you incarnate into Earth, then you come out of the underworld and you get reincarnated back to the top, and it's just, there's a lot of ways to look at it. Aaron's asking about the real gold. You're talking about purity. I'm telling you, like, okay, so there's this aspect of the sun and the fool's gold, right? The sun is the gold, and then the fool's gold is the fool. That's you. And the fool wants to collect all this shit. Materialism. And this is where you're going to get, what do you desire in life? So the sun desires to be a human being. And in order to be a human being, it has to incarnate as spirit into matter. The sun incarnates spirit into matter. The speed of light. This is all tied to the spirit into matter aspect. Lights, camera, action. It's all the same numerology. As a human being, you're going to walk around this earth and you're going to go through your 4 stages of life. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. And normally it's during the summertime, when you're in your prime, when you start to party and you're like, I don't care about tomorrow. Who cares? I'm just going to drink all weekend. And everybody here has probably done all that stuff. But then you get into your fall time, and your fall time is where you start to harvest things. You get into your 40s, and now it's time to settle down, have a family, get that career job, build that company, and you're in your fall season. And now you're collecting, and you're building a fortune and amassing a fortune. And it depends on your code, but some of you, that's what you fancy. You incarnated to experience money. But it's the fool's gold. Because you can't keep that shit when you leave. Yes, you can pass it on to family members, but you can't take it with you when you leave. So if you have a big family and you're amassing a fortune and you want to leave it for your family so they can have good careers and college educations and whatever, then, and that's your lineage, that's fine. Like I said, I look at people's codes. I look at so many different people's codes, and what I found is some people incarnate to experience money. How could somebody say that's wrong? When again, what's the foundation of what it means to be a human being? You're being used. You're not in control of your reality. So if you're somebody out there making a ton of money and somebody says, oh, you're just so materialistic. Well, maybe I incarnated to be materialistic. Who are you to judge me? And then that person's the person who's like living the life like me, like I'm a minimalist. But I don't look at somebody who's making, I have friends that make a lot of money. And I admire them because I look at them and it's just like, I got a really close friend of mine. He's a king of diamonds, man. That dude, he owns the king of diamonds. Crushes life. And so I get to sit back and I get to admire somebody actually living through that characteristic and doing it at the top of the top. Who am I to go and say, oh, you shouldn't be doing that? When I know that there's the fool's goal, which is materialism, which is you're not going to find happiness there. That's obvious. You will not find happiness in 50 cars in your driveway. These are temporary. You keep yourself busy with these materialistic possessions, but ultimately, we all know, you being here, the truth is, the kingdom, it's inside of you. You got to close this and go within and find your peace in here. So the gold is in, and then the fool's gold is outside of you. It's your ego. Spirit is gold, ego is fool's gold. Both of them necessary to navigate through this reality. There's no right or wrong way to do it. It's just one way. It's just, if you want to say God experiencing its own creation, as I've said so many times before, well, so be it. So Aaron says, Logan, we are in control of our reality. How are you to prove that? How would you prove that? The answer is you cannot. That is a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. You cannot prove that you're in control of your reality. So I'll just leave it at that. I got 500 videos saying you're not. I support that with the decoding, that you're not. You're not in control of your reality. But again, I'm not here to force it upon you. So Aaron, you're talking about some theoretical positions which are grandiose. These are theoretical positions that are grandiose. I mean, we're going back to godhood, but then you know, okay, so what's godhood? What is the true 1 + 1 = 2 fact about what is godhood? So you'd have to define that first, and then you could bring your theory in here and saying we're going to go and be restored back to being immortal. What does mortal mean? So I love the theory. I'm a fan of that. I think it's great. I think, like you say, we can. That's awesome. So when you say this is not theory, I don't agree at all. You're bringing out a theory. It's a theory is called an opinion. So that's totally fine if you want to believe in your theory, but there's no way to prove it. You can't even support it because you don't have an origin. You don't have an origin of how we got here, and you do not have a solidified aspect of where we go after we leave this place. You just have an idea based upon things that you conjured up in your mind or adopted from somebody else. Which again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just merely saying there's no way to prove your theory. You cannot prove your opinion. All you can do is say what your opinion is. Like people say, oh, I went to the 5th dimension and it looked like this and it looked like that. Okay, I had a dream last night and you were in my dream. Can I prove the dream? No way to prove a dream. I can write it down, I can draw it out on a piece of paper. That's about as much proof as I can get. Which is the same with people's opinions and theories. So, I mean, you're going into this William Reich revealed the electronic magnetic frequency data. That doesn't confirm our origins at all. It shows a graph with some squiggly lines on it. Electromagnetic frequencies. That's all it shows. That doesn't show origins, my friend. Far from it. I know you speak in fact. But the thing is it's your fact, not mine. So, it's totally fine. Anyway, I'm going to move on because I wish people could get the foundation of mankind is your truth is the only truth that matters. And it's very possible, theoretically of course, that you're creating your own reality, which was already written before you got here. And whatever you say is going to move you on that timeline. Which is kind of a rejoicing for everybody, because if that was true, I'm not saying it is, but if that was a 1 + 1 = 2 fact, that everybody creates their own timeline, everybody is on their own timeline, that means, and you take everybody with you, but I'm not going to go with you on my timeline, you're going to come with me on my timeline, that means everybody is right. That means that everybody has it the way it's supposed to have it. And there is no division, but we have division because people come out with these ideas and they say, my way is the only way, my way is fact, when it's just, that's not the facts. It's a fact in your world. See, the truth that I got as a fan of life, for me, a big thing that I got from my life was that I learned that everybody's right. That was like a game changer theory. Because it's a theory, right? But everybody's right. How would I support that everybody's right? We see, you think you're right. Every one of you here, you believe you're right. And you will use the things that you've adopted as your truth to justify what you think is right. And if you take your truth and you line it up with my truth, we both know that it will not be congruent. So then we look at the two truths, yours and mine, and then we would say, who's got it right? Well, I already know that you're going to say you have it right. And you already know I'm going to say I have it right. So the logical conclusion to this equation is we both have it right. There is no winner in this. There's no winner in this. That's the beautiful part about it. So I'm not here to defend. I'm on the offense, as a matter of fact. Like I see. So Aaron, you're doing a lot of you're defending. You're trying to defend and justify your truth, and you're talking about all these meaningless people. Rothschild and Rockefeller. These people are meaningless in my world. They don't exist in my world. I don't need to be some quantum physicist. I don't need to be some professor at a university to acknowledge to myself that I have my truth and I live by my truth. I don't need to be the smartest guy in the room to say that my truth is the truth that I'm going to follow. And that's just the way it is. I mean, I'm a man of logic. So I'll just leave it at that. And the last thing I'll say is, when you say I'm presenting facts, no, you're presenting your facts, just like I'm presenting mine. So I would really encourage you to rephrase your structure. You're presenting your facts, but they don't have to be my facts. And if you think they need to be my facts, I would confidently say you haven't figured out how this reality works. I would confidently say that. And I say that with love. Because I know you're defending your position because you really want to be right. I know you have this fear of being wrong, which everybody does. But right now you have this fear of being wrong, which is why you keep posting and all that kind of stuff. So you desperately want to be right. You don't want to be wrong. Because when we're wrong as human beings, we look bad. So because you don't want to look bad, you're posting and posting and posting, trying to be right. And I get it. I get it, because your ego doesn't want to be wrong. I totally understand. Trust me, I understand that. But I'm not interested in your facts that you want to drop in here. I'm not interested in them. Because when I see a foundation of you thinking you have the absolute way of life and everybody else outside of you is wrong, I already know that that's not right in my eyes. I already know that you're way behind. That's my truth, though. So you don't have to agree with it. Anyway. All right. Walker, Texas says, I'm right, I'm never wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's how most people live their life. We all have done it, folks. Again, the greatest revolution in my life was learning everybody's right. No one's wrong. Everybody's got it right. And since we're all these fractals in this reality, having an experience called life, it's just the experience of life. That's it. We're having an experience of life. If you want to add an adjective onto that saying that it's right or wrong, well, by all means, go ahead. I'm not into the adjectives. Adjectives will get you watered down. I'm interested in the subject. And that's called life. Life is what's happening. Not, is it bad? Is it good? No, life, it's just life. Life's happening. That's what I'm interested in. That's I'm a fan of life as a human being. All right. Celestial Nurse says, the more I learn, the less I know. Yeah, absolutely. When you go down that rabbit hole, you see all the possibilities. That's why ignorance is bliss. When you go down the rabbit hole, when you actually go quantum, you see everything available. Everything's available. And you just shake your head, just like, Well, now this is like a curse. This is the whole story of the fallen angels, right? The not but wanting to know the knowledge. I just wanted the curiosity of wanting to know. Whereas you could have just stayed on the surface and been in the paradise. You didn't even know you were naked, running around, pushing each other into the bushes. That's being ignorant. That's being naive. But when you decided to say, I'm going to go down and play that game called life, well, now you have all these possibilities. And now you realize you're naked. And you realize when you get down to that bottom and you see all the possibilities in front of you, then anything's possible. And everything is possible. So it's really beautiful when you get down to that state, but it can get really confusing. So, all right, moving along. Yeah, 72 is tied to Eye of Providence. So, which is today's card. Today's card, I don't even know if it's still, is it midnight yet? Oh shit, I gotta call it quits. It's been going on forever. So today, well, not today's card, but it was the 8 of Diamonds here. And this is card 72. 72 is tied to the Eye of Providence. This is card 8. So the number 8 is tied to the Eye of Providence, which is tied to the 19, which is tied to the Sun. 72. Eye of Providence equals 72. Okay? All right. All right, so we're going to end this transmission, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to pull a few cards, and I'm going to end this sucker here. Jerry says, the more you learn, the more you want to learn to realize you don't know anything and nothing really matters but this present moment. Yes. The present moment is the gift of life. The gift of life is the presence. That's all that matters. Okay. Yeah, I know, Alex. I'm on East Coast time, brother. I do love me California, though. Do love me some California. It's almost midnight in Texas. And the star card just popped out. So first card, be a star in the show. Might as well pull it out. Be a star in the show. So I'm going to leave it at the first card. So the first card that I was shuffling the cards and it just popped out. We have the womb. We have the tomb. We have the star card. Star card pops out. Ooh, yeah. Being the star of your show. Are you the star of your show? That's the question. What does it require for you to become the star of your show? Living through your truth. And the requisite for that is not defending your truth. Don't need to defend it. See, defense doesn't put any points on the board. If you go watch like a football game, nobody wins. Ties, you talk to any player, ties, no. You got to have a safety, a field goal, or a touchdown in football to win a game. 2 points, 3 points, or 7 points. That's what you need, at least one of those to win the game. So offense wins the game, not defense. I know defense is an integral part of, not letting people score, but defense, unless you get a safety, but offense. I mean, if you have a 21-42-0 blowout, I mean, the clock's ticking, you're going to win. The offense did its job. Basketball, who scores the most hoops? Offense. Baseball, who has the most runs? Offense. Ice hockey, who has the most goals? Offense. Defense is what gets you into trouble because you're sitting there trying to defend your position when it doesn't need defending. If you want to be a star of the show, go score points. Avoid the people that are trying to get you to defend your position. Stay on the offense. That's number one. While you're down here in the tomb, because that card's the tomb, star card. Next card for your message for tonight to end this, what's your question, number 72. Tied to the Eye of Providence. Big shout out to the Eye of Providence. The next card, the Magician. So the Magician obviously is a sign of Aries and fire and Mars. It's time to pull out your Mars card and not go argue or defend, but to create some magic through. So if you want to be a star on the world stage, it's time to pull out some of the magic. What kind of magic you got in that stocking stuffer? What kind of magic you got up that sleeve? And what do you want to create in this reality to be a star? Maybe some of the magic that you need to create in your life right now is abracadabra, turning off the negativity in your life, cutting out the cancers in your life. Like if you're sitting there debating all the time, arguing all the time, maybe your magician needs to come out and say, enough of that crap. Enough of that crap. So that's a big position. Card number 3 for tonight's What's Your Question number 72, the Message, the Star, the Magician. We got 2 major arcanas. Wow, another one. We have the 73rd card in the tarot, the 9 of Diamonds, the 9 of Pentacles. This is, you're on television. You're on television equals 73. This is the 73rd card in the tarot. You're on television. This is the 9 of Diamonds. The 9 of Diamonds is tied to being the star of the show as well. So, I mean, we have some big be the star kind of energy now. The Message. These 3. Being the star, slinging that magic, and then being that star of the show. The 9 of Pentacles is a card of being the star of the show. So we have a lot of star energy here. A lot of like, what do you desire? And there ain't nothing wrong with the ego. As long as you're living through the code that you desire to live through, and you look through your code and all that kind of stuff. But just remember, there is this ego aspect with the fool's gold and materialism, and then the spiritual gold, which is enlightenment. Okay. The 4th card for What's Your Question number 72 is oh my God, this is the 9 of Cups now. Holy mackerel. This is the 45th card in the deck, tied to the word Pandora's box, tied to the word fallen angels. The fallen angels is the sun becoming. This is a card of Venus. This is a card of wishes, hopes, and dreams being fulfilled. So we have wishes, hopes, dreams being fulfilled, and then before that we had the complete manifestation, the 9 of Pentacles. I mean, look at that, back-to-back 9s. The 9 of Cups, wishes, hopes, dreams being fulfilled. Your heart's desires. And then the 9 of Pentacles, which is the creme de la creme. And that's coming off of the 2 first cards in the major arcana, the Star and the Magician. So we have a lot of energy that's narrating now towards being the star of your show. Heavy, heavy star of the show energy. That's card number 4. Let's get card number 5. For this energy coming in. Shoo. The 5th card for this reading here for What's Your Question number 72. We got the 35th card in the deck, the Queen of Wands. She is tied to the graveyard. I think this, you know, the Queen of Wands is normally a card of having clarity, because the Queen of Wands is a mental card. And the Queen of Wands is a no-nonsense queen, and it is tied to, this is the Jupiter card. This is all about blessings and fortunate blessings. But the Queen of Wands has it all, man. It has wisdom, it has luxury, it has riches. But she is tied to the graveyard. She is tied to the graveyard. Because she's the Queen of Clubs, and the Queen of Clubs is card 25, and the word graveyard equals 25. So let me get one final card here to kind of summarize all this up. Because that kind of threw me for a loop there, the Queen of Wands. Let me see what the remaining card will be here for this What's Your Question 72. This will be interesting. All right, well, the last card for what's your question 72 is the 30th card in the deck, the Eight of Wands. Now, this is very interesting because this card right here is tied to exorcism. You can see this is lightning. This is tied to lightning. This is energy moving quickly. So we have star energy, we have magician energy, creating the star that you wish to be on the world stage, having wish fulfillment here, remembering that you can't keep it. I think that's what the Queen of Wands is saying here. You're not going to be able to keep it. It will return to the ground. So remember not to be attached to the things that you end up manifesting in your life. And, you know, the Eight of Wands is a card of fast movement. This is a card of electricity and lightning and all that kind of stuff. So I would say to encapsulate all these cards together, let me just add them up. See what we get for a numbering outcome. So we get 30, 35, 1, 45, 17, and 73. So we got 201, 201. Uh-oh, we got the Pope going on here. It's tied to this is a mercurial energy, but it's also tied to Ra. Because Ra is Ra'el. Ra in Hebrew is 201. So this is like the sun becoming, folks, and it's becoming the superstar. We started it off with the star card. And the star card was with the fruits of the labor and the magician. So the message is pretty crystal clear here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's kind of been an ongoing thing for years now, right? To be the star of the show. For you to be the star of the show. To find out what the star of the show looks like in your life. Some of you came to be a star of the show where you're a movie star. Some of you came to be a star of the show where you're a magician or a musician. Some of you came to be a star as in a doctor or a nurse or an engineer or a health practitioner. But find what you love to do. Find what you love to do. And as they say, you'll never work another day in your life. Like, I don't work. People ask me all the time, what do you do for work? I don't. Huh? I create. I create. I don't work. I haven't worked in some time. It's all about creation for me. I'm going to pull one card for the cards of illumination just to kind of get an overall general umbrella of those 6 tarot cards. Cards of illumination. The last message for what's your question number 72 for the cards of illumination is the 4 of clubs, which is this is the house. As in the house always wins. This is card 17. The word life equals 17. The word story equals 17. The word matrix equals 17. The word tomb equals 17. This is the card of the 17. I just did scripted reality 17, which was on the blood types. And you got one of those. And the 2 gentlemen that discovered the RH factor in the blood and the ABO blood type groups, Carl and Alexander, had scripted realities. They didn't have a choice in the matter. They probably didn't seek out their code. They just lived through it. But this is a card of home, casino, the house. The house always wins. 17 is a prime number. It's the 7th prime number, which is tied to the 7 chakras. 7 is a prime number. It's the 4th prime number, tied to the 4 blood types. So this message clearly, ladies and gentlemen, is to build your house. Your house meaning you're the star of the show. Your screenplay. Not mine. Don't listen to what Joe tells you. Don't listen to what Mary tells you, your next door neighbor. Stop asking people's opinions on what you think you should do. Go study your code. And there you will find your answers to the mysteries of your life. And be that star of the show. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap for what's your question 72. All right, I really appreciate each and every one of you for coming on here, being part of this, what's your question number 72. And I got a lot of big decodes coming out, right? A lot of them are going to be on Patreon, so if you want to catch the big ones, they'll be on Patreon. support this great research. I greatly appreciate that. There will be a What's Your Question number 73. I think it's going to be, I'll be back in Mexico. And the first What's Your Question, and it's great too, because 73 is the year I was born, and I'm back in Mexico. Yeah, so there will not be one next week. The next What's Your Question will be February 3rd. I'm going to do it. See, my birthday's on the 4th, so of course I don't do birthdays, but it'll be cool to do the 3rd into the 4th with all of you great decoders. So Saturday, February 3rd will be What's Your Question 73, moving into February 4th, My Soul to Return. And what a better way to spend it with all of you great decoding minds of the occult, esoteric, fans of life. All right? So ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. I'm going to let you talk amongst yourselves. And let me just play this guy right here. This guy's name is Stephen Wilson Jr. This is his cover song of the song Santa Monica by Everclear. And it's an acoustic version. It's an amazing version. I'm going to leave it here with this. Please go support this artist. I'll leave the description of his video in the link below eventually. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. What's Your Question 72? My name is Logan. Till next time, we will see you later.
I am still living with your ghost, lonely and dreaming of the West Coast. I don't wanna be your downtime. I don't wanna be your stupid game. With my big black boots and my old suitcase, I do believe I found myself a new place. And I don't wanna be the bad guy, and I don't wanna do your sleepwalk dance anymore. I just wanna see some palm trees, and I will try and shake away this disease. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind, swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind, swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. I am still dreaming of your face, hungry and hollow for all the things you took away. And I don't wanna be your good time, and I don't wanna be your fallback crutch anymore. I walk right out into a brand new day, insane and rising in my own weird way. I don't wanna be the bad guy, and I don't wanna do your sleepwalk dance anymore. I just wanna see some sunshine, and I just wanna find some place to be alone. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind, swim out past the breakers, watch the world die. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind, swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind, swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind, swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. We can live beside the ocean and leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breakers and watch the world die. Watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world.